and also disturb that the allocation of the forces, and also some of the joints actually also used in this time, and also that joints not just for the information collection, actually they also can target that's the warfare, that's the tanks. So they use the drones and also to limit the mobility of the government armies. So they also, for the government, they not really gain the full picture of the situation, and they also made misjudgment. So we could see this time, because of that, the rebel forces, actually the government not really had a full picture, and also not really make the swift response on the movement of the rebel forces. They not really have the full picture about the gathering of the rebel forces, and they are not also to align their forces against rebel forces. So we could see that in terms of that allocating the forces, and that show that the government actually misjudged the forces, the number of forces of the rebels. So that is also could see the rebel forces actually they gathered together and also target the large city of Syria. We talk about because of this misunderstanding and the misjudgment of the facts has caused the wrong decision of the Syrian government and the armed forces. We talk about that if you not really get a correct and the immediate information, then it's really hard for you to gain a full picture and also make a right decision. And we talk about right now the rebel forces. If come to the Damascus city center, we talk about for the TV broadcasters and also other government buildings to be occupied by the rebel forces, then it's very difficult for the current government to control the whole situation. And then they could be actually release very important information, or they is very likely to announce that they occupied and control the whole government. We talk about the control of Damascus, whether it's still owned by the current government or right now already owned by the rebel forces. We don't know. That's actually it's very important to decide the future of Damascus. If the government give up Damascus, then we could tell actually the right of saying a voice actually will be weakened. If the rebel forces control Damascus, then they will gather the more the rebel forces from different places, then they will have the even more pressure on the Assad government. So we right now to see this is a very important time to see whether the government can still own the control of the Damascus. So Russia right now also have two that's the military bases in the Damascus, and Russia has the right to support the fight this time. So actually right now, we talk about the key top priority of the Russian military is to safeguard and protect their military base. So Russia still will also see that the dynamic changes in the Syria to make sure to mobilize the forces in the Syria. And right now, there are two that the Russian military bases in Syria. And for the rebel forces, right now they have already controlled a lot of larger cities and key regions. But for the Russian military facilities, if they direct attacked all these facilities, they could really make that the a move as the provocative move, and the Russia will take the countermeasures. So they will also see whether there will be any further movement. the situation of big changes. So if you lived in Syria or you know Syria in 2012, actually you could know that the is that back then there was a threat to the Assad government, and Lebanon actually also started that their fight. And although that the Lebanon government say no to the forces, but they found that the rebel groups entered the border of Syria, and they help the Syrian government to safeguard their country. And we talk about that because that's the Lebanon. And they also need to think about, because right now they're also facing that the a find from the Israel, that's the Hezbollah. So that's also because of this allocation of the forces, the reallocation of the forces. So they also right now do not have enough people to support them to deal with the situation. So for the Syria within the country, we look at the Syrian rebel groups. And this time we found out the rebel groups actually could see they have already changed in a quite obvious way. You could see actually they have a quite a swift the trucks, vehicles, and forces help them to travel different cities and regions, and also have a large group of drones involved this time. So in the past few days, if you saw on the social media, you could see that the lightweight the trucks and drones, and also you could see the drones actually attacked the government army deployments. And also, actually, this time you also see that for the rebel groups, actually, this time they also actually shoot a lot of that, the short videos and posting online. Either they also doing maybe live streams. So this kind of way actually very easy to make people believe the rebel groups already entered, occupied the city. So they not really figure out, also for the government, not really figure out whether they already occupy the airport or they occupy the whole city or not. So this time you could see that the government army this time not really effectively stop the movement of the rebel groups. For the government armed deployment, that still follow the old logic. So you could see they use like a heavy artillery. So they still use the old way to deal with and fight against the rebel groups, but you could see that's a big gap this time. So for the traditional way of like the large scale, the a heavy that the trucks, the tanks, and also that the fair powers this time actually could not really fight against the new way that the rebel groups adopted this time. And also another thing we should think about as the economic impact. A World Bank released a set of data. We talk about economic issues actually the root problem causing the situation here in Syria. So from the very north part along the expressway and to the south part, to the Hama, to Homs, and to the Damascus, and to the even southern part of Syria. So you could see that the key that the hub cities they also show the same situation that for Syrian army government they not really actually fight. They're not really involved in the fight. They just actually give up the city. They thought about the whole situation, not really in favor of the government. Then they give up. So that's compared to the year 2012, the situation happened. That's the a more or less the similar situation happened to the government of the Syrian, but you could see the Aleppo and also Deir ez-Zor for these kind of cities still that the government armies actually stick to their post. So the morale actually was still there, but at this time you could see the morale actually gone. One of the big reasons behind, one is that within the government, we could see that economic is a big problem. So the World Bank released a evaluation on the Syrian economy, and that the currency swapped to US dollars dropped by 141, and also causing inflation doubled in Syria, and also for a lot of that the oil, for the food that also need to give subsidies, but because of the economic not developed and because of the sanction by United States or their domestic issues, so economic development actually stopped. So that the government not have enough revenue to support the social welfare system, did not have enough money to support the subsidies to the basic daily necessities. So you could see a lot of people like traveling to Syria before. Actually had a lot of that. If you enjoy a cup of tea, then you need to have a whole bunch of currency in your hands to buy a cup of tea. So you could see that the price actually gone so much. Right? Because of these, that also impact the whole morale of the army. Army also part of the whole society, so that's a big impact to the fighting spirit of the army forces, and also for the Syrian army forces after 2022, they also started that the reform. So they need to control the cost and also to cut the head count so that the settlement or placement of the fired the armed forces. So also actually they need a place. So that is also this time we see that the morale actually not really equal to the rebel groups, and also they have a different backing. That's so the situation actually caused by different forces, different factors. Going forward, for Syria, they still have big challenges. One thing is that we have seen that the rebel forces, rebel groups, they started to control, occupied the majority of the cities and regions. And for the rebel groups, they have that the senior people, the senior officials, actually they before belonged to the Syrian government army forces, and right now they are part of the rebel groups. Another group, actually quite aggressive ones. So that within the rebel groups, they also divided into two parts.
Moved there, so they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most people, most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes, yes, yes. Some rebels are down. They are shooting at something. Some rebels are. Yeah. I am in safe. Yeah, yes. I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about they want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
And let's talk about all of this with Wang Jing, the director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an. Mr. Wang, welcome to our special program this hour. Very fast developments on the ground in Damascus. And as you heard just now, gunfire continued through the streets of the Syrian capital, a very developing situation there. Mr. Wang, my first question to you, is this a surprise to you that Damascus has fallen so fast? What is your assessment of the latest situation in Damascus?
Yes, I think the quick transformation of the Syrian situation actually surprised me because, as I has to be honest, that yesterday I talked with my friends on the other Chinese TV show. We said, okay, maybe the Damascus could be maintained inside the hands of the Syrian government for maybe several days, and the rebels and the military groups from the Syrian government might continue. But then what we are witnessing, the very quick collapse of the Syrian government forces and the very quick transformation of the Syrian government power. So that is why it actually surprised me. There were many factors and finally lead to the very total and transformation of the Syrian government transformation. We know that we can say, okay, there were some political factors, there were some kind of external factors influenced by Russia, by Iran, Iran, by Turkey. There were some military factors. For example, the rebels reuse the drones. They use the new military technologies to weaken the capabilities of Syrian government forces. And also there were some particularly economic difficulties that shaken the Syrian people's confidence over the Syrian government. But no matter what kind of the factors, actually what is happening right now really surprised me, particularly during the past hours. And actually that's also that it deserves me to be much more closely watching what will happen next.
Yeah, Mr. Wang, you're monitoring what's going to happen next. We're also wondering about that same question. The rebel forces have taken over strategic locations in Damascus, including national television. What remains to be done? What can we expect to happen next?
I think the most important thing that should be expected next is how the Syrian rebel forces they could reorganize themselves, because actually they are not anymore the rebel forces. They are not anymore the rebel authority in the Idlib province or in the northwestern part of Syria. They actually become now the power to get the central government power authority into their hands, and they have to put division aside. Put aside their internal divisions between different factions, for example, between the Syrian National Army and the Syrian the rebel armies. They have to put them aside, and also they have to consider the possible division between themselves and the Syrian the Kurdish military groups in the northeastern part of the country. So what would happen next? How to design a kind of the political mechanism to include everybody inside, to melt down the divisions, to put forward the very new the outlook for the country's future. I think this is a very particularly important thing that should be the very first priority for the country and also for the rebel forces themselves.
Mr. Wang, could there be an interim government anytime soon? Because we heard from the Syrian Prime Minister Mohammed al-Jalali, who says he is ready to cooperate with any leadership chosen by the people, and that it is up to the Syrian people to decide who comes into the leadership position next. Help us understand what that means, and by saying that he is willing to cooperate, what position will the Prime Minister be put in?
I think everybody right now, they hope that the power transformation could be very stable and could be very successful. But the problem that I think everybody is considering is that, is it possible? Because actually, as we mentioned, there were still divisions between the different factions of the military rebels inside the rebel forces. And also there were divisions, different outlooks and different political philosophies of the different rebel forces over the future of the country. So actually, right now, there is no very unity constitution. There is no unity authority, even the local authority in the Idlib. There is no unity government. There is no unity authority in this country. So how to melt down all these divisions and how to construct a very unity government and unity authority within the very short term to establish the kind of the authority to direct the country move forward. I think this will be the very most important obstacle in the future. So that is why everybody now, Syrian people for themselves, they might be happy about, okay, the government is gone, but I think they should more worried about what the future should be for the country in the future.
And Mr. Wang, we're also seeing videos circulating online showing the public celebrating after rebels entered Damascus. Can you help us put things into perspective for our viewers? What are the grievances, the major grievances from the Syrian public? And a lot of people are making comparisons between what is happening now this time with what happened in 2011 when civil unrest started in Syria. Can you help us put things into context here?
I think there were different differences because right now the people, many of them are celebrating that we can view from the videos. I think the people just because they suffered too much from the economic difficulties, particularly during the past 2 years, we have already witnessed a very quick and very strong economic inflation and a very strong decrease of the income for the public people, for the ordinary people, and also the very strong cut of the subsidies from the government to the daily necessities in the market. So actually everybody is suffering from the economic difficulty. And we cannot ignore the fact that before in 2023, according to the World Bank, actually the unemployment rate has already reached more than 50% in this country. So actually, for the economic difficulties, the biggest problem. So that is why everybody feel, okay, they might have new chances, they might have the new beginning. But the problem is that on the one hand, that as we mentioned, the political unity is the biggest obstacle. And on the other hand, how could the economic be restart or be kind of the boom within such a kind of the particularly dangerous and particularly turmoil background in this country? So that is why I believe that many things maybe seems hope. There might be new chances in this country, but there were still many uncertainties, many obstacles for this country and for the people themselves.
Mr. Wang, let me keep you on for a little bit longer here. You are an expert in Middle East affairs. For those regional powers that have propped up the Assad regime in the past, what are their primary concerns now as they watch all of these unfold in Damascus?
I think they also feel surprised because actually everything transformed so quickly that we know that during the past 2 days at Iran's embassy and Iran's military the personnel, they just try to evacuate the country as quickly as possible. So I don't think they actually expected what has happened during the past few days and also in the following days. So everybody is watching closely what is happening in this country, and nobody expected that this transformation could be realized so quickly and so fast. So Iran, from Iran's perspective, from Iran's regional allies' perspective, the loss of the Syria means the very big challenge for themselves, particularly for the internal unity, because actually during the past several months, Iran has lost the major powers of, for example, the Hamas and Hezbollah. These two factions has been largely weakened by Israel's attacks, and also Iran's direct, the land channels between themselves with Shia militias inside Iraq, with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and with Hamas has been cut after the political power transformation of Syria. So that is why I think Iran and regional allies will watch closely what will going on next, and also I think they will take some measures for themselves to maintain the communication between different factions, and also maybe they will take chances to establish the strongholds inside Syria to protect their interests and maybe possible power coming back in the future.
One more question for you, Mr. Wang. Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to the Syrian conflict. Is there a political solution to be sought at this point with what's been unfolding on the ground in Damascus already?
Yes, you are right. It's actually Astana mechanism still work on because the Russia, Turkey, and Iran, they met each other. They try to find out new solutions to what is happening right now in Syria. But I think this meeting itself is not to focus upon how to maintain the balance of power inside Syria, but they actually is trying to, under this new mechanism, to seek how to balance the power, balance of the interests between the three parties, because actually the different factions, their power balance check has been lost inside Syria. So that is why for these three countries, they have to seek to cooperate to maintain their own interests, particularly observe the interests inside Syria, how their interests be maintained, protected. For example, Russia wants their port in Tartus be maintained. They want their airports in the Khamenei be maintained. And also from the Iran's perspective, want their Shia minority groups in the Syria be protected. They want their Shia religious sites be protected after the power transformation. And also they they need to talk with each other, particularly talk with Turkey, and from Turkey's pressure to talk with the Syrian rebel forces. So that is why everything now faces new beginning and new chances, and everything that they need to talk under this kind of Astana mechanism.
Mr. Wang, we appreciate your time and your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm also joined in the studio by Einar Tangen, a senior fellow at the Taihe Institute. Einar, Damascus has fallen. With Assad's whereabouts unknown at the moment, what is your take on the latest situation there? Was this a surprise to you that the rebels were able to enter Damascus with very little resistance from government forces, very little presence of government forces?
Well, since 2011, when there was the riots that broke out and the government reaction, and you had the civil war, there has been less and less reliance on the regular Syrian army. For air cover, it was Russia, and obviously for troops, it was Hezbollah and the support of Iran. And economically, Iran has been very, very helpful. Now that Iran is distracted, Hezbollah is a bit weakened, Russia has its own issues. You can see a very cynical game of chess being played. The problem is when the pieces fall, the real flesh and blood, people die, and it's such a shame. You're just seeing, powers taking advantage of the situation. This was a group that's spearheading this, which has been designated by the UN, the US, and Turkey as a terrorist organization. And yet, ostensibly, it appears that those powers are supporting it.
Given what's transpired in the region, it's very difficult not to believe that the comeback of the rebel forces was not timed by external forces to, take advantage of the situation in the Middle East, of what's happening with Iran, what's happening with Russia. Help us understand the power play here, Einar. What would you say contributed to this very rapid advances of the rebel forces?
Well, a dispirited Syrian army, and the fact that it was distracted. Without Hezbollah and Iran backing it on the ground and air support from Russia, the agreement that was reached some years ago, which is largely held in place for about the last 4 years, where you basically, you had your previous commentator talking about the 3 different interest groups, that had held. But now with the situation in the Middle East and also in Ukraine, they're distracted. So what you see is, I believe there are foreign powers who have contributed to this because they want to strike out at Russia. Remember, Russia established bases there, and this is taking them away in essence. But what kind of pact have they made? If they are supporting a group that they think are terrorists, who are Islamic jihadists, very extreme, and they want to establish, basically a caliphate there, there's going to be, payment in the future in terms of stability. Now, remember, you see the pictures of people celebrating in the street, but there were people who backed Bashir Assad, and they will be fleeing to other places, most notably Iraq. So you could have a situation where you have an opposition setting up camp there, dreaming about the day that they're going to return. So this is far from over. China is going to say, as they always have, that this has to be brokered at the peace table, not on the battlefield, because the battlefield never ends. And unfortunately, this is the situation that we have here today. There's a lot of celebration, things are moving very quickly, but has the problem been solved?
Einar, we're looking at live pictures coming in from Damascus at this hour. It does seem rather peaceful for now, but in the last hour when we were talking to our correspondent based in Damascus, a live gunfire was heard throughout Damascus. You're right, this is far from over. This is just the beginning. Einar, if you could just help us understand what's going to happen next. Is there going to be a power vacuum? We have the Prime Minister saying that he is ready to cooperate, that it's up to the Syrian people to decide who comes into power next. Who could they decide on? Could there be an interim government? How does this transition look like?
Well, that's the whole point. I mean, you have action without end games. I mean, and I mean that. This is a continuation. It's not the beginning of anything. It's just continuation of bloodletting that will go on until there is a complete settlement of this issue. The idea that, the extremists are going to turn this over to a popular vote, I hardly believe that. They have their own ideas about establishing an Islamic caliphate there, a fairly conservative one. That does not jibe well with the Freedom Party that was saying that they were reacting originally to Bashar Assad's, what they thought was his very autocratical rule. So you have so many different interests here. Unfortunately, the one that is most organized is always the one that generally comes out on top. But being most organized and coming out on top, like we have seen in Afghanistan, doesn't mean that you know how to rule. Being a rebel and fighting does not equip you to run a bureaucracy. So if they're foolish and they try to topple the existing bureaucracy, there's nothing left. They'll have confusion and chaos in the streets. Things will stop working. The economy was already under tremendous pressure. And it could easily break, and you could see a lot of people fleeing, not just because of the war, but because of the economic circumstances.
There certainly are people in Syria that are in support of Assad, but then there are lots of other people that are very upset with his rule. That is probably why we've seen video of people celebrating in the streets of Damascus. Einar, can you help us understand the grievances from these people? The economic woes obviously are one of them. And have their grievances changed and evolved since what we saw in 2011 when the civil unrest broke out?
No, I mean, the largest, the biggest issue is that you've seen the creep in of, very organized religious groups who have their own vision for Syria. Remember, when it first started out, there were riots in the streets because they believed that Assad government had acted unfairly and had brutally suppressed protests. And this led to the civil war. But the groups, even the Free Syria groups, were very divided into different interests, different clans, etc. But what we do know is since 2011, 13 years later, people are war weary. The economies have been terrible. I mean, and there are allegations that Syria has become a narco state because it has no other ways of earning money, that it has been supplying drugs to other places. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. The allegations are there, but certainly this is an economy under pressure. Can whoever comes in stop that? No. This is the problem. It's just like with democracy. You can change leaders, but the problems remain. They don't go away. So, it's a terrible tragedy, and unfortunately, I'm very, concerned that there are governments out there who are playing cynical games with the lives of people far away, and they don't care, like many other places that we see going on in the world.
For the outside powers that are watching all of this unfold, Iran and Russia included, what do you think, Einar, are their biggest concerns now? Do they have any cards left to play? What are some of the moves that they're calculating at this moment?
Well, Iran is obviously distracted. Hezbollah is on many fronts experiencing a lot of problems, under pressure from Israel, the wars there. The ceasefire that never was a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, it just continues to go on. They just say, oh, they broke the rules, so we're going to bomb some more civilians. So it's just never ending. The concern should be that the Middle East is being plunged into chaos. It's not something where one country is affected. It always comes down to this issue about how this spreads. Displaced people will go to other places. People within those groups will form armed resistance, or they'll dream of going back and retaking, quote, their land, reestablishing their power. And this is why it is so never-ending. It's such a horrible tragedy that people think that they can fight their way to peace.
If you're just joining us now, you're looking at live pictures coming out of the Syrian capital, Damascus, where the rebels have claimed to take control of the Syrian capital. They entered the city at dawn after seizing the strategic city of Homs. In our previous live cross with our correspondent in the city, we heard live gunfires. Syria's Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali says he has made contact with rebel commander Abu Muhammad al-Ghalani on how to manage the current period. The rebels recently announced the liberation of Damascus after entering the capital at dawn. The Prime Minister said Syria should hold free elections to allow its people to decide their leadership. And this follows earlier claims by the rebels that Syrian President Bashar al-Assad had fled the country. According to China's Xinhua news agency, the Syrian National Army said the Assad regime has been toppled. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says it has deployed forces in the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and at a number of other key points necessary for defense. An Israeli TV network reported earlier that the nation launched airstrikes in the vicinity of Damascus to prevent key facilities from falling under rebel control.
Now is the end. Since 1970, this is the first time that anti-government people come to the state TV and say that we toppled the government. It means that the Syrian government has gone once and for all now. There is nothing about the Assad government anymore in Syria. Syrian rebels actually are everywhere in Damascus now. They entered the presidential palace, the personal palace for the president. There are two other presidential palaces in the mountains around Damascus, and they are being searched right now. Rebels also entered the house of the president, called the Security Square, which was a blocked area for everyone. The pro-government people, the people who fear that they are endangered or vulnerable by the attack of the rebels on the Damascus, they mostly left to the coastal cities. Actually, the coastal cities are where the Alawis, for example, are stationed there, where the Russian bases are moored there. So they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes. Some rebels are down. They are shooting at something. Some rebels are. I am in safe. Yes. I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about they want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to Syria's conflict. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said they agreed on the need for an immediate end to the fighting. Iran's Abbas Araghchi concurred, and Turkey's Hakan Fidan reiterated Ankara's stance that Bashar al-Assad must engage with the Syrian people for a political solution. Turkey denied involvement in the rebel operation and emphasized preventing a new wave of migrants fleeing the violence. Let's go back to my guest in the studio, Einar Tangen, a senior fellow with Taihe Institute. Einar, is there a political solution to be sought at all at this stage?
I don't think so, because all the ministers in the world can meet outside. But the fact is, the point of the spear, the military force that is now in control, is not controlled by them. In fact, as I pointed out, it was considered by Turkey, U.S., and UN as a terrorist organization. So this idea that somehow they're going to take the lead from ministers sitting somewhere else to determine, how this should work out. I mean, the most hopeful thing is that they'll recognize that they need to have the government apparatus, and that they'll engage with the Syrian prime minister, and that there will be some way of doing it. But this idea that there'll be a popular election, how would you do that? Who would the candidates be? Iran right now is in essence sidelined, so is Russia. Their voices are not going to be heard as much. Turkey, they obviously have their own interests. Now remember, it's very complicated, because it's not just Bashar Assad. Turkey's also interested in the pockets of Kurds that are up there that are now in de facto control of large areas, some of which have oil and have been sustaining them. So you have a very complex tapestry of very, very different interests. And you have groups that are doing, Israel bombing parts of Syria to protect it. Syria was not the friend of Israel. So it's, as I said, extremely cynical that you have everybody preying on this as if there's something to be gained by the deaths. Now, as your correspondent rightly pointed out, after so many years of economic decline, the people are tired of it. They would just like to see anything happen. And you saw the same thing happen in Afghanistan. There you had 40 to 60,000 at tops jihadists take over a country which had a standing army of 320,000. And it came down to the people just tired of war. This idea that being tired of war will prevent the next one, unfortunately, is not true.
How chaotic will it be with this power vacuum, with Assad being, we don't know where? And is it a stretch to think that this transition could be relatively peaceful at all, because it's going to be chaotic?
I mean, the group that we're talking about has been holed up in Idlib, and they have established a base there. There's some resources. They have, in essence, been ruling it for some time, but they've been building up for a military solution, not a political one. Their views are not going to be shared necessarily by the majority, vast majority. Now, maybe they'll say, okay, let's see if they can bring peace and prosperity. What are the chances of a radical Islamic group dealing with, first off, they'll be on the Arabic side, dealing with Iran, who still sees Syria as an area of its influence. I remember the Ba'athist party there is still, that was the party of Bashar Assad. What are the chances of them working something out with the EU or the US or any of these other countries? In essence, what you see here is a very isolated group who will be in charge militarily of this transition. And I can't believe they're going to say, well, a lot of our people died getting here. Now we'll just give up power and see what people want to do. It just seems contrary to everything that they stand for, which is they want a very strict Islamic caliphate.
Our previous commentator kept mentioning the divisions within the rebel forces themselves. It's not like they're a unity force that are moving into just one constant consistent direction here. Can you also help us understand the divisions within the rebel forces themselves and how that could prevent them from coming into a unity structure, an interim government, a military government?
Well, go back to 2011. I mean, there was that, as I was describing, there was this immediate reaction to the crackdown by the government. It led to a civil war. Early on, it was a group of very, very different interests that were part of this Free Syria movement. But then after a while, you started to see that coming into this kind of chaos, Islamic extremist groups who said, oh, we're fighting on the same side, we're brothers. But their aims are completely different. The Free Syria movement was about holding free and fair, quote, elections in Syria to determine who should rule Syria that way. But this is not the will of those who are currently in power. So how they're going to come to terms, I don't know. As once quoted, the power in this case comes from the barrel of a gun. But over the long period, how they're going to establish some sort of reasonable government that can bring prosperity back to people, very hard to see.
All right, Einar, thank you so much. Do stay with me here on our special program. For now, let's check in with CGTN reporter Zara Al-Durzi, live in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Zara, Lebanon has closed all its land border crossings with Syria, except for one main route that links Beirut with Damascus. How is Lebanon reacting to the rapidly changing situation?
Actually, till last night, the Lebanese General Security closed the only remaining border crossing with Syria. We are here speaking about the Al Masna border crossing. It was closed from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Today, according to the local time. But speaking and also to sources in Lebanon, and based on what the Lebanese state is acting and reacting towards what's happening to Syria, there is like undeclared official decision not to allow a new displacement waves or refugee waves into Lebanon from Syria. Also, there is different reactions in Lebanon by politicians who are against President Assad, were against President Assad, like Walid Jumblat, the Derzi leader, and also other politicians who seems to be optimistic about the future in Syria, or agreed about what happened in Syria, despite the foggy future that related to Syria following decades of the rule of the Hafiz al-Assad and then President Bashar al-Assad.
Zara, could you also update us on that ceasefire, that fragile ceasefire, I should add, between Israel and Hezbollah there? What is the latest on that front?
Yes, the ceasefire in southern Lebanon or across Lebanon seems to be so fragile. As the Israeli forces still attacking the border villages with bullets or even with drones attacks. And yesterday, 6 people were killed in an airstrike on a border village in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, Hezbollah, during the last few days since the ceasefire was declared, they responded once by attacking an Israeli military site, which is not included in the blue line or in the agreement, as Hezbollah considers that the Kfar Hills or Shab'a farms as an occupied territories by Israel that are belonging to Lebanon. And speaking also about the situation in Lebanon, the life is being returned to normal slowly, especially in the areas that were destroyed in southern Lebanon and also in southern Lebanon and also in Bekaa, as Hezbollah also launched the process of reconstruction or the guidelines of reconstruction of the damaged areas. But still, people in Lebanon are still afraid of the Israeli violations of the Israeli army. There are dozens of violations since the ceasefire entered into implementation.
Zara, we appreciate that update from you. Zara Al-Durzi, live in Beirut, Lebanon for us this hour. Our conversation continues with my guest here in the studio, Einar Tangyen. Einar, the rebel forces have taken strategic locations in Damascus, including state television. What about other strategic locations in the country? You mentioned Russian bases in Syria. What's going to happen to these bases?
Well, it's probable that Russia will withdraw. Otherwise, they're in a situation where they'll, be, forces outside the barbed wire firing rockets at them and things like this. They're clearly going to be identified as the enemy, and because they were upholding Bashar Assad, al-Assad, and also anything belonging to Iran. If there's intelligence outposts, etc., any areas where there have been troops stationed, military advisors, those will be rapidly pushed out.
It'll be a while before we find out where Bashar al-Assad really is. There have been reports that he has flown out of the country to an unknown destination. What could possibly happen to Assad?
Well, it depends on where he is. If he's granted asylum, he will be, the out of power.
An exile.
He will be in exile. We don't know what he's taken with him. Obviously, there was not a lot of preparation time. They're searching these palaces, obviously, not just for money, but also for papers and things like that. Unfortunately, this could be the start of a series of bloodletting where those who are identified as supporting the Assad regime are rounded up, arrested, perhaps punished for what is seen. The question is, will they do it through courts based on evidence presented, or will it be some sort of mob hanging? With Bashir, it'll depend on the country he goes to, whether they are willing to give him a blanket immunity. As I said, this wasn't a situation where he was planning it. I'm sure that he had to make last-minute requests. His plane is just not going to show up somewhere and be given asylum. It has to be arranged in advance, and there wasn't much time. So wherever he is, if he has money, he can live out his life. We saw with Idi Amin when he went out. In terms of what Syria wants to do, in terms of prosecuting him, asking for extradition and things like this, that is something to decide in the future. But to the extent that he can be used as a figurehead to go back into Syria and, quote, reclaim it as the rightful government, that will be up mostly to Iran and Russia, and so how they see the possibilities of a return.
How is Washington looking at all of this unfold in Syria? Some people say it has nothing to do with America, and the United States should just watch things unfold without intervening. There are others that are against that idea. How is Washington calculating the situation right now?
Okay, so there's no one Washington, all right? You have the CIA, which is often supplying arms and ammunitions to groups that the Pentagon is against. So, it's a very, very odd situation. The CIA sees their duty is to gather intelligence, disseminate disinformation, and to topple governments that they don't see as friendly. The Pentagon sees it in terms of how many bases they can have and where, and things along those lines, much more conventional. But they don't often meet, and their ends can be at odds. Now, there is a lot of allegations that the U.S. has been involved in helping this extreme Islamist group. I mean, you need bullets, you need guns. Now, they had the guns, but ammunition is one of the big issues, and you need all the trucks and things like that to take your people south. A lot of them are doing it on motorcycles. They're cheaper, but the fact is, you need petrol, you need supply lines, people have to eat. This is all logistics that is the heart of any kind of armed advance. So the question is, who is supplying all of that? There's some question about Turkey and the United States and whether they played a part in that. But once again, which part of it? Was it the Pentagon? Probably not. Was it the CIA? That would be more probable.
All right, Einar, thank you so much. Let's also get an update from Turkey. The Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha. as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to Syria's conflict. And for more, our correspondent Michal Bordovit joins us from Istanbul. Michal, what more can you tell us after Turkey denied involvement in the rebel operation?
Well, even though Turkey says that it wasn't involved in this latest offensive, of course, what happens in Syria very much impacts Turkey very much. Ever since the war began, Turkey, one way or another, was involved in terms of the impact on the ground, what happens on the border, what happens in terms of the refugees who came to Turkey. We now know, still there are around 3 million Syrian refugees in Turkey. And Turkey, Ankara repeatedly stated that it wasn't involved in this offensive. But of course, Turkey has some Turkish soldiers on the ground, forces on the ground there, but they said they weren't involved in any of these offensives. But when we look at the border between Syria and Turkey, there's such a long border that it shares that because of the spillover, there was a lot of impact when we had millions of refugees come towards Syria. So first of all, there is a concern if there would be another spillover now. It's on the contrary, what is going to happen in terms of the Syrians here at this moment. But also, Turkey has been concerned for its safety. There were many areas where Turkey carried out ground offensives over the last years, especially since 2016. Turkey launched ground operations against some Kurdish fighters, mainly the YPG, that Turkey considers an extension of the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, and considers both these groups terrorist organizations. And Turkey had previously stated that it would launch a new offensive to take control of 3 Kurdish areas held in northern Syria, which includes Tel Rifat. Now, things are changing on the ground. We're going to see what's happening in Tel Rifat, but also in Manbij, which there are reports that there have been some fighting there, whether it's going to be Turkish-backed Syrian forces, allies from the opposition that take control of these areas, or whether it will be other groups that take control of these areas. So it's going to be important to see what happens now and how Turkey is going to be impacted by the latest situation on the ground in Syria.
Turkey obviously watching out for any spillover effects, as you mentioned, Michal. Talk to us about the reactions in Turkey from both officials and the public towards what's been happening in Syria and in Damascus.
Well, first of all, there are celebrations already taking place in Istanbul and in border cities, for example, in Gaziantep and Kilis, where there is a huge Syrian population. We saw people already this morning marching and chanting, celebrating the fall of Damascus. And they are, for the first time, I think, believing that there is potential for them to go back home to their homeland after all these years. I mean, just in October, we talked to many Syrians where there was a pardon that had been announced by the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. At the time, it was one of the many that were announced. And at the time we spoke to Syrians, none of them seemed anxious or excited about this pardon. They all said that there was no way that they would return at this time. They were all saying that it doesn't seem that it would be safe for them to return back home. They all said that it was too unstable for them to return home. Now we're seeing a very different picture. For the first time, we're seeing excitement, hope for the people, for the Syrians in Turkey. Today in Istanbul, there was also some celebrations inside the Fatih Mosque, which is a huge location for Syrians in Istanbul. So we're seeing that they are excited for this news. We're seeing that this could be a potential outcome for them, that they may be able to return. And also this is significant for Turks living in Turkey, also the locals here, because the Syrians now present in Turkey, it's such a huge population now, about 3 million people, and it has been impacting the Turkish population. There has been a growing anti-migrant sentiment in Turkey over the years, especially as the Turkish economy worsens. And it was even one of the issues at hand during the local elections last year. And that's why the Turkish government really wanted, actually, to be able to create an atmosphere where Syrians would be willing to return to Syria voluntarily. And that's why the Turkish government had actually started to try and mend ties with the Syrian government. This was something in the making for the last couple of months. It was in the headlines. The Turkish government was trying to normalize ties with the Syrian government, with President Bashar Assad. Turkish President Erdogan even actually said that he might invite Assad now. But over the last couple of days, we heard that Erdogan was saying that this was a missed opportunity, that they had extended an olive branch basically to Assad, and he didn't take that opportunity. And Erdogan even went further to say that he hopes these offensives continue without any problems, even though they're not involved. So for the Turkish population, it could also be something to celebrate because they actually want some of the Syrians to go back happily and leave safely back in Syria instead of Turkey. So that's the situation here in Istanbul.
Michal, Turkey has denied its involvement in the offensive of the rebels, but Turkey does have a stake in a stable Syria. We have no idea how stable Syria is going to be in the immediate future, or how chaotic it will be with a power vacuum as things keep unfolding there. Talk to us about Turkey's possible role going forward with the situation in Syria. What would be an ideal situation for Turkey?
I think, first of all, stability. That's the most important issue. I think with Turkey, what they're going to want is stability, and what they're going to want is both safety for Syrians who are returning, but also they want security and safety at the border. This has been the main issue for Turkey over the years. In terms of the Kurdish population, in terms of the Kurdish groups there that Turkey sees as terrorist organizations, and they are also gaining power. So what happens next in terms of who takes power where in Syria is also going to be something significant for Ankara that they're going to be watching very, very closely. Now, there are many allied groups in Syria that are carrying out this offensive. Who's going to be the leader? Who's going to take control of different areas? What's going to happen to the Kurdish groups where they are dominant? Who is going to be the leaders, the leadership in these areas that Turkey believes to be very critical for its own safety along the border? That's what Turkey is going to be watching for, and that's also going to be a very critical issue in terms of how Turkey will move forward, whether or not it is going to be involved on the ground somehow, because it does have forces there in the different areas along the border, whether or not they're going to feel safe, or how they're going to deal with the new leadership, whoever that might be in different locations. And then, of course, there's going to be the infrastructure problem in Syria that Turkey does want to help out in. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Turkey will be involved in the rebuilding of Syria as well. So there are different issues that are going to be very significant for Turkey to consider and see how they can be involved and whether or not it needs to be involved on the ground as well.
Michal, thank you so much for keeping us posted on this story. We appreciate your analysis and your timely update at this hour. Michal Bardavet, thank you so much. Let's also check in with our correspondent Ehsan Kayvani live in Tehran. Ehsan, what do you have from Iran's perspective?
Well, so far we haven't had any clear and direct reaction from the top leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the supreme leader of the country or the president. But we had some comments from the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, just warning that the situation in Syria could be expanded in the region, and warned the regional countries. As you know, Syria for many years has been one of the main bases for Iran to support the resistance groups across the region, including the Hezbollah in Lebanon, or Palestinian fighter groups, or resistant groups. Now, Iran has lost naturally one of its main bases in the region to support the resistant groups. You know that between Iran and Syria, there have been different military agreements based on which Iranian military advisors from the IRGC could be dispatched to Syria to do advising military missions for the Syrian government. Now this important base has been lost. But one of the main religious and social huge concerns for many Iranians, which are the majority of Iranian people are Shia Muslims, is a possible demolition of the holy shrines of Shia in Syria around Damascus suburbs, which is a huge concern for a large population of Iranian Shia Iranian people who are worried about this situation in Syria. Back to you.
Ahsan Kaivani, we appreciate that update from you. Thank you, Ahsan. Let's also get an update from Jonathan Regev live in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, what's the latest on the ground in Israel?
So Israel is, of course, very concerned just because whatever happens, and you've just spoken about it, is unclear. Who will be now governing Syria? That is unclear. And on this issue, Israeli forces have actually entered overnight an area known as the buffer zone between Israel and Syria. This buffer zone was declared in 1974. After the Yom Kippur War, and this is an area where the Syrian army cannot go into. For these past 50 years, the Syrian army mostly adhered to this agreement and did not go into this area, but overnight, some forces belonging to rebel groups have entered there and actually even clashed with UN peacekeeping forces known as UNDOF that separate between Israel and Syria. And at least as far as Israel is concerned, these are Syrian forces which cannot go in there. That is why Israel assisted the United Nations force, and that is why Israel actually deployed forces to the buffer zone where Syrian forces cannot be. So far, it was only a Syrian army. Now it's Syrian rebels. Whatever it may be, the very unclear future is a big concern for Israel.
Jonathan, appreciate that update from you. Thank you so much. And that is it for our special program at this hour. I'm Zhong Shi. Stay with CGTN as we continue to bring you the latest coverage of the situation in Syria. left the country, but it's not clear where he has gone. China's Xinhua news agency has reported the Syrian National Army as saying that Assad has been toppled. The Syrian presidency said on Saturday that Assad was still performing his constitutional duties. Our correspondent Haider Kazwini spoke with us 2 hours ago with live gunfire in the background.
Now is the end. Since 1970, this is the first time that anti-government people come to the state TV and say that we toppled the government. It means that the Syrian government has gone once and for all now. There is nothing about the Assad government anymore in Syria. Syrian rebels actually are everywhere in Damascus now. They entered the presidential palace, the personal palace for the president. There are 2 other presidential palaces in the mountains around Damascus, and they are being searched right now. Rebels also entered the house of the president called the Security Square, which was a blocked area for everyone. The pro-government people, the people who fear that they are endangered or vulnerable by the attack of the rebels on the Damascus, they mostly left to the coastal cities. Actually, the coastal cities are where the Alawis, for example, are stationed there, where the Russian bases are moored there. So they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes, some rebels are down. They are shooting at something. Some rebels are. I am in safe. Yes, I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about they want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
The Syrian rebels have announced the liberation of Damascus and the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad in a brief statement on state television.
The city, Damascus, has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar al-Assad has been toppled, and all unjustly detained persons occupying the region's prisons have been released. The Fatah Damascus Operation Room calls upon the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all the properties of the free Syrian state. Long live a free and independent Syrian for all Syrians of all sects.
For the latest, let's bring in Jonathan Bregev live in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, the Israeli military says it has deployed forces to the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and other key areas. What is the purpose behind this move?
The buffer zone was declared in 1974 following an agreement known as the separation of forces between Israel and Syria after the Yom Kippur War. So it was announced 50 years ago, and Syria mostly adhered by that. There were very few cases in which the Syrian army entered that area. But now we're not speaking of the Syrian army anymore. We're speaking of rebels, various groups, their interests not exactly known. And last night, one of those groups of rebels actually entered the buffer zone right on the Israeli border, even clashed with the UN peacekeepers in the area known as UNDOF. And Israel is concerned. Many in Israel are, of course, very happy to see the Assad regime go away, a regime that had very close relations to Iran and to Hezbollah, Israel's fiercest enemies. On the other hand, many in Israel are saying the Assad regime was, according to Israeli sources, the devil they know. What comes now is unclear. How will they act? These rebels next to the Israeli border is unclear. Israel has already seen some rebel forces go into that buffer zone, and that is why this morning the army announced that it is deploying forces, both infantry and armored forces, into the buffer zone to make sure that no forces come in, because basically what comes ahead is unclear and unknown for Israel. With the Assad regime, Israel knew what it was getting. It was not good, but Israel had an idea of what is happening on the other side. Now it is completely unclear.
Jonathan, the Israeli army also said it assisted UN peacekeepers in repelling an attack by armed individuals in the Golan Heights. What more can you tell us about that?
Yes, it was exactly these forces, the peacekeepers. They're known as UNDOF. They're peacekeepers between Israel and Syria, as opposed to UNIFIL forces on the Israel-Lebanon border. The Syria border was mostly quiet, at least until the civil war in Syria began 13 years ago. That border was mostly quiet, and the UNDOF forces did not have a lot of work. But now they suddenly had to clash with rebel forces who came in right to the Israeli border, right to the UN post, and Israel fired artillery from the Israeli side towards those rebels who came very close to the UN posts, which are very close to the Israeli border. Eventually, they were repelled and they left. Following these developments, the IDF chief of staff was on the Syria border and deployed more forces. More forces are making the way. They've just been freed from Lebanon. They left Lebanon and were perhaps the army was thinking to deploy them to other areas. Now they're deployed to the Syrian border because, as mentioned, no one really knows what comes ahead on this border.
Jonathan, we appreciate that update from you. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to Syria's conflict. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said they agreed on the need for an immediate end to the fighting. Iran's Abbas Araghchi concurred, and Turkey's Hakan Fidan reiterated Ankara's stance that Bashar al-Assad must engage with the Syrian people for a political solution. Turkey denied involvement in the rebel operation and emphasized preventing a new wave of migrants fleeing the violence. For some insights on the situation in Syria, I'm now joined by Dr. Azmi Hassan, a political analyst based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Dr. Hassan, it's been an incredibly rapid advance by the rebels. Help us understand how they were able to make such quick gains, and what do you make of their taking control of Damascus?
Yes, it is very rapid indeed. Nobody would have guessed that within the last few weeks that they will enter Damascus. I think it's got a lot to do with the backers, the Russian backers, and also the Iranian backers in this case. And Turkey also, as mentioned by Jonathan, did play a big role in this particular case. But I'm quite sad what's happening, even though it is very rapid development. There is currently a vacuum. Nobody is in control, not only in Damascus, but other big cities, the whole Syria. So I'm hoping that the backers of these militants, the backers of Bashar al-Assad will come together to stabilize the situation.
The rebels have declared Assad's rule over and that Assad has fled, but the rebels themselves hardly make an ideal leadership in Syria at this point. What do you think is going to happen next in the country?
Yes, it is very true that I think whatever power or strength that Assad has before this has diminished completely. So for Bashar Assad or the Syrian government, if they exist, calling for a peaceful solution, political solution in this case, I think it's too late, a little bit too late, because one of the main reasons why the rebels or the militant gaining so fast traction towards Damascus is the support of the people of Syria themselves. But I'm really hoping that the Alawites, which support Bashar al-Assad, will not be penalized. We need a political situation in this particular case. For whatever reason, I think Bashar al-Assad standing for nearly a decade, I think his influence is over. I think it's up to other nations, particularly Russian, the Iranian, also a number of Arab countries, Turkey, including, to come together and find a political situation as fast as possible, because you don't want what happened in Iraq in 2003 and after that what happened in Libya does not repeat itself in Syria.
Dr. Hassan, do you believe the rebels had outside help? Do you believe they had help from external forces in making these very rapid advances all the way into Damascus? And could outside forces exert an influence on the rebels or on the next leadership in Syria?
Yes, I do believe that. I think the rebels cannot be acting on their own. We have been told, I think from our analysis there, here that the main rebel group, HDS, has a green light from Turkey. And so there must be some sort of help or green light from Turkey, in this case, to advance from Homs to Damascus in this case. But again, President-elect Trump has said that this is not our fight. Very true enough, this is not the state's fight. But again, the state is supporting the Syrian rebel group, one of the YPG, and also Turkey is supporting the KKK. So if the rebel gaining strength through outside help, so in order to close the vacuum that's happening in Syria right now, I think the outside help also need to intervene. They just cannot say that this is not our fight. So I'm hoping that a more influential nation step in, especially the Arab countries, step in Syria to settle things down in this case.
The foreign ministers of Russia, Iran, and Turkey met on Saturday. Iran plans to provide military equipment to Syria, and elite troops sent by Lebanese Hezbollah have also entered the Homs position. Of course, this is, prior to the fall of Damascus, as things unfolded very quickly in the past 10, 12 hours. Are these moves simply too late to affect the situation in Syria?
Yeah, it's too late. I think it's very, very academic right now, because I think one of the reasons why Bashar al-Assad government collapsed so fast and the advance of rebel is without any hindrance is the minimum help from the Russian, especially, and also from the Iranian Hezbollah. I think that's the main reason. So I think it's already over. In order to prop up the Syrian government, Bashar al-Assad, I think it's too late right now, because the rebel is already in Damascus. And the people of Damascus, I think majority of the Syrians, I think with an open arm, accepting the rebels there, except that there is no clear leader. I think that's where the problem lies. There's no clear leader in Damascus. Nobody is in control. So I think that's the grave part of the very fast advancement of the rebel into Damascus.
One more question to you, Dr. Hassan. The fall of the Assad regime, when you look at it, what could be the major fallout on the wider region there in the Middle East?
Yes, truly enough. I think the better lookout is the status quo, meaning Bashar is in power. But again, right now, we have no idea who is in power. And the main rebel group, HDS, is a splinter group of Al-Qaeda or ISIS in this case. So do we want to see, or the world want to see, Syria is in control by a terrorist group, similar to what happened to Iraq and also to Libya? Of course, we do not want to see that. So the consequences of the fast fall of Bashar al-Assad is a negative impact, not only for Syria, but for the whole Middle East. I think that's the more reason why nations that have the power, that have the influence, should intervene as fast as possible to stabilize Syria. so that this particular, I would say, the last of the Arab Spring will stop in Syria for the good people or for the stabilization of the whole Middle East.
Dr. Azmi Hassan, we appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much for making time for us today. And in an earlier interview with CGTN, Wang Jing, director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an, shared his insight into the situation in Syria. He said Syrian rebel forces need to design a mechanism to organize Syrian politics as soon as possible.
I think the most important thing that should be expected, the next is how the Syrian rebel forces they could reorganize themselves, because actually they are not anymore the rebel forces. They are not anymore the rebel authority in the Idlib province or in the northwestern part of Syria. They actually become now the power to get the central government power authority into their hands, and they have to put division aside. Put aside their internal divisions between different factions, for example, between the Syrian National Army and the Syrian the rebel armies. They have to put them aside, and also they have to consider the possible division between themselves and the Syrian the Kurdish military groups in the northeastern part of the country. So what would happen next? How to design a kind of the mechanism, political mechanism, to include everybody inside, to melt down the divisions, to put forward the very new the outlook for the country's future. I think this is a very particularly important thing that should be the very first priority for the country and also for the rebel forces themselves.
And just to give you a sense of what it is like in Damascus right now, these are live pictures of the Syrian capital, Damascus, where the rebels have claimed to take control of. They entered the city at dawn after seizing the strategic city of Homs. In our previous live cross with our correspondent in the city, we heard gunfires. Syria's Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali says he has made contact with the rebel commander Abu Muhammad al-Ghalani on how to manage the current period. The rebels recently announced the liberation of Damascus after entering the capital at dawn. The Prime Minister said Syria should hold free elections to allow its people to decide their leadership. This follows earlier claims by the rebels that Syrian President Bashar al-Assad had fled the country. According to Xinhua news agency, the Syrian National Army said the Assad regime has been toppled. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says it has deployed forces in the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and at a number of other key points necessary for defense. An Israeli TV network reported earlier that the nation launched airstrikes in the vicinity of Damascus to prevent key facilities from falling under rebel control. Our correspondent Haider Kazwini has more.
Now is the end. Since 1970, this is the first time that anti-government people come to the state TV and say that we toppled the government. It means that the Syrian government has gone once and for all now. There is nothing about the Assad government anymore in Syria. Syrian rebels actually are everywhere in Damascus now. They entered the presidential palace, the personal palace for the president. There are two other presidential palaces in the mountains around Damascus, and they are being searched right now. Rebels also entered the house of the president, called the Security Square, which was a blocked area for everyone. The pro-government people, the people who fear that they are endangered or vulnerable by the attack of the rebels on the Damascus, they mostly left to the coastal cities. Actually, the coastal cities are where the Alawis, for example, are stationed there, where the Russian bases are moored there. So they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most people, most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes, some Yes, yes. Some rebels are down. They are shooting at something. Some rebels are. Yeah. I am in safe. Yeah. Yes, yes. I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about their. They want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
We do want to get an update with our correspondent Zara El-Durzi live in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Zara, Lebanon obviously mindful, on edge about what's happening in Syria, closing all of its land border crossings with Syria, except for one main route that links Beirut with Damascus. How is Lebanon reacting to this very rapidly changing situation?
Yes, still there is no official statement or position by the Lebanese government following that is in Syria. But speaking about the border crossings, they are all closed. Mainly the border crossings in northern Lebanon, Al Arida, the Busiye, and also Jusi were closed. Some for security reasons after Israel bombed these crossings. Mainly the Jusi one, which links Homs with the Al Baqa Valley, which aims mainly to prevent any line providing lines for Hezbollah, who are still in Bekaa and in southern Lebanon. The main border crossing, which is Al Masna, which links Beirut with Damascus directly, was closed last night on Saturday night local time, and is opened today only for Syrians, according to the statement by the Lebanese General Security. But looking on the facts on the ground, there is no security forces or no security in the Syrian side of Injladet Yabuz, as everyone withdrew from any government side, including the border crossing. So the border crossing is also closed. But recently, in the last few minutes, we received media reports by local media in Lebanon that indicate that Lebanon will ease the procedures for Syrians who want to cross to Lebanon. So the border may be only opened towards Syria only for Syrians, but not allowed for Syrians to come from Lebanon. And there is a decision in Lebanon to prevent any refugee waves from Syria towards Lebanon, as thousands of the Syrian refugees fled or returned to Syria during the 2 months of the intense fightings between Hezbollah and so Lebanon is not intending to give up again for thousands of the Syrian refugees. They have still a fragile economic situations, and it got worsened since the Syrian civil war was declared in 2011.
Zara, thank you so much for that update. Let's also talk to our correspondent Hassan Kevani in Tehran. Hassan, very little reaction from Tehran so far on the situation in Syria. Can you tell us how Iran is monitoring the situation there? Hassan, can you hear me? All right, it does look like we're having some technical difficulty there. We'll try to get back to Hassan Kevani later in our program. And now Syrian rebels have announced the liberation of Damascus and the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad in a brief statement on state television.
The city, Damascus, has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar Assad has been toppled, and all unjustly detained persons occupying the region's prisons have been released. The Fatah Damascus Operation Room calls upon the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all the properties of the free Syrian state. Long live a free and independent Syrian for all Syrians of all sects.
Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jilani has said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and turn its functions over to a transitional government.
I am in my house, and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we'll leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
All right, let's try again with our correspondent Hassan Kevani live in Tehran for us. Hassan, it seems there's been very little reaction from Tehran so far on what's been happening in Syria. Can you tell us how Iran is monitoring the situation there?
Well, Iran and Syria have been strategic allies for decades, and Iran has been using Syria as the main front to support the resistance groups in the entire region, both logistic support and military support for different resistance groups in the region, including Hezbollah in Lebanon or other Palestinian groups across the occupied Palestine. Now, with falling of Bashar Assad government, Iran has naturally lost one of its major platforms of support for resistance groups in the region. Although Iran says that all the resistance groups are now independent and powerful enough, but it's undeniable that Iran has lost this opportunity. For many years, Iran has been sending the IRGC commanders as military advisors to Syria. We have reports that since Friday, when the fighter groups reached in the suburbs of Damascus, Iran ordered its IRGC commanders to evacuate the bases inside Syria and in Damascus. One of concerns for Iranian people, as you know, that Iranian people are majority Shia Muslims, is a possible demolition of holy Shia shrines in Damascus by Takfir groups, which is a huge concern for Iranian people here, actually.
Hassan, we appreciate that update from you. Hassan Kevani on the phone for us from Tehran this hour. The rebel forces in Syria have announced in a televised statement that they have freed the country's capital of Damascus. They also said that Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has left the country, but it's not clear where he has gone. Xinhua news agency has reported the Syrian National Army as saying that Assad has been toppled. The Syrian presidency said on Saturday that Assad was still performing his constitutional duties. Our correspondent Haider Kazwini spoke with us 2 hours ago with live gunfire in the background.
Now is the end. Since 1970, this is the first time that anti-government people come to the state TV and say that we toppled the government. it means that the Syrian government has gone once and for all now. There is nothing about Assad government anymore in Syria. Syrian rebels actually are everywhere in Damascus now. They entered the presidential palace, the personal palace for the president. There are 2 other presidential palaces in the mountains around Damascus, and they are being searched right now. Rebels also entered the house of the president, called the Security Square, which was a blocked area for everyone. The pro-government people, the people who fear that they are endangered or vulnerable by the attack of the rebels on the Damascus, they mostly left to the coastal cities. Actually, the coastal cities are where the Alawis, for example, are stationed there, where the Russian bases are moored there. So they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes, some rebels are down. They are shooting at something. Some rebels are. I am in safe. Yes, I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about they want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
Let's talk about all of this with Wang Jing, director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an, and Einar Tengen, a senior fellow at the Taihe Institute. Gentlemen, fantastic to have both of you on our special program today. Very little clarity so far on what's going to happen next, but given the gunfire we all heard in the streets of Damascus earlier today, there's going to be casualties. It's going to be anything but a smooth transition of power in Syria. Starting with you, Mr. Wang, how are you observing the situation unfolding there in Damascus? What is your assessment?
I think the situation there is actually witnessing the very significant transformation because as you mentioned, we can hear the gunshotting and maybe some of the rebel forces are celebrating their victory because they have already taken Damascus, the capital city of Syria, which means that they now believe that they have already achieved the total military victory against the Syrian government forces. So that is why some of them may be celebrating through the gunshotting. And also there might be some strong resistance or very final resistance of the Syrian government forces against the Syrian rebel forces. So that is why some of them shot against the targets from the Syrian government forces, and that is why we can hear the gun shooting. But you are right. There might be some casualties, there might be some conflicts, and the very smooth transformation might seem difficult. But I don't think this kind of difficulties will prevent the transformation of power, given the fact that has already known that the Syrian government forces has already given up the resistance, and the Syrian rebel forces now trying to gathering into the capital city and other areas in this country. So in the following days or maybe in the following hours, maybe some kind of the conflicts and the clashes will break out. But I don't think there will be any kind of the major confrontation or major war between different factions in the Syrian battlefield will erupt.
Mr. Wang, we were looking at live pictures in Damascus as you were talking to us. It looks like people have gathered in the Syrian capital. There are a lot of chanting, very strong, high sentiments there. It does look like people are celebrating this situation in their capital city. Einar, let me bring you in on this as well. You mentioned that despite the announcement from the rebel forces that they have taken control of Damascus, they could still run into pockets of resistance there from the government forces there in Damascus. What do you think is unfolding, is happening on the streets of Damascus?
Well, obviously Damascus has fallen and Syria has fallen. The issue that in terms of resistance, I doubt if it's the army, since the army has already said that it's capitulated. But you will have armed Ba'athist groups who have nothing to lose. There has been a lot of accusations of extreme brutality, torture, death, disappearances, the use of chemical weapons, and there is this danger that there's going to be reprisals. Those who think that they will be targeted, they might feel that they would rather fight and die rather than be, arrested and hung.
Mr. Wang, we have no idea where Assad has gone. Can you share with us your theories and your thoughts on what happens next to Bashar al-Assad? Could he form an exile government?
I think that actually, as you mentioned, the Assad government or Assad authority inside Syria has already ended, because actually at the very early of this morning, 1 o'clock, the local time, Damascus time, there should be a kind of the TV show, the TV live program that Bashar al-Assad would give a kind of the speech to the Syrian government as well as to the Syrian public. But then when the time arrived, nothing happened. Nobody watched him on the television, and he just disappeared. And then some news released that he and his family is now evacuated from Damascus and went to the third country, but nobody knows where he is going. So actually, his disappearance, I think whether he actually disappeared or maybe he just flied away, well means different, because actually the forces that loyal to him now disappeared. The forces that once supported him disappeared. He has no forces that could be able to bring him back inside Syria. No forces are reliable and loyal to him that could bring his power back. So that is why I think maybe he could form a kind of the small exile government or exile team in the third country. Maybe they could also influence some kind of the voices or some kind of the political affairs internationally. But I don't think it will determine the future of Syria. I think actually we're witnessing the transformation of the political power, and actually the new political arena has already started inside Syria.
Einar, the people are celebrating now with emotions running high on the streets of Damascus, but very soon they will be demanding a new government. Where could that government come from? We know the rebels are a military group. They're not a political group. They're not a political party. In fact, Assad's political party is pretty much the only legit party in all of Syria. What will happen to the transition of power in Syria?
That's a great question. We simply don't know. If you start looking at the Middle East newspapers and things like that, they're saying the exact same thing. The future is uncertain. They have no idea. They've gone back over the history of Golani, the leader of HTS. And he's somebody who is, he admired the 9/11 attacks, but lately he's become very outspoken. It says that he's a moderate, a pragmatist. On the other hand, in Idlib, there are allegations that there was a tremendous amount of brutality. He's gone out of his way in Aleppo to address the people and tell them that he, because they're mainly Christians there, that he would not be in reprisals, that there would be no imposition of Sharia law, etc. But that would be the smart thing to say at this point. And the question is, exactly what does he want as he stands on the pinnacle of power, because he has the forces that are in control of these cities.
Einar Tangen, Wang Jing, we thank you so much for your expertise and analysis. Appreciate you being with us this hour. The Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to Syria's conflict. For more, our correspondent Michal Bardavit joins me from Istanbul. Michal, what more can you tell us after Turkey denied involvement in the rebel operation? Michal, let me try again. Turkey has previously denied its involvement in the rapid advances of the rebels. What more can you tell us?
Yes, Turkey did deny involvement in this offensive. They said they were not involved in any way in terms of backing these allied groups because Turkey, for a long time, has been in opposition to the Syrian government, to President Bashar al-Assad, and it has supported the opposition forces. It has allies that it supports. However, it did say over the last couple of days repeatedly that it wasn't involved on the ground for this offensive. However, just a couple of days ago, there was also a new statement by Turkish President Erdogan, who said that he hopes that no accidents happen during these advancements of the opposition forces. So he also said that they had extended to mend ties with the Syrian government over the last couple of months. We'd seen that the Turkish government was willing to normalize ties with the Syrian government, but there was no return for this invitation. Actually, President Erdogan went as far as to say that he would invite Syrian President Bashar al-Assad to Turkey for talks, but they didn't accept this invitation. So basically, it's like a missed opportunity for Syria at this point, what it seems like it. But Turkey says that it wasn't involved. And a couple of days ago, when the offensive started to take place, the Iranian foreign minister also came and talked to the Turkish foreign minister here in Turkey. During that time, the Turkish foreign minister stated that the Syrian government did not accept any of the requests by the opposition, that they hadn't been in dialogue, that they missed the opportunity to come together with the opposition. That's what they had to do to resolve the issues with the people of Syria. So it was a missed opportunity there, and that was the reason that these offensives were taking place. But Turkey did say that it wasn't involved in these offensives taking place at this moment. But if we look at the situation right here in Turkey, there are celebrations in Turkey, in Istanbul, and in Kilis, in the border with Syria as well, taking place right now.
Michal also talked to us about the reactions in Turkey from both officials and the public towards the situation in Syria.
Well, as I mentioned right now, the people of the Syrian refugees in Turkey, we have about 3 million Syrian refugees that arrived since the beginning of the war. And that's why Turkey has been really affected, one of the reasons it was affected. And they are celebrating right now. So it seems that it's the first time that they feel hope that they can actually return home. Just a couple of months back, in October, there was a pardon that was issued by the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. And we had talked to some Syrians whether or not they would consider returning after that pardon. None of them believe that it was safe to go back home, that they would find stability there, that it was a potential opportunity for them. Now it seems its situation, of course, is very different with Damascus falling. Some people on the streets are saying that they can see hope now, they can see themselves returning home, that they can see potentially stability returning to Syria, even though there's so many questions to be answered for the future of Syria. They seem to have hope now in them, and that's also for the Syrians on the border. We've seen many people on the streets in Kilis celebrating, marching. So they believe that there is hope for them now, which is a very important change for them because they've been here for so long. And the sentiment in Turkey has also changed over the last couple of years. There's more of an anti-migrant sentiment in Turkey as the economy has worsened over the years. It was even an issue for the local elections for voters, for Turkish voters, who believed that it would be better for the Turkish population if Syrians started to return home voluntarily. And that's why that was something that the Turkish government was striving for. They were trying to find a way for the safe returns of Syrians voluntarily. That's why they wanted to normalize ties, to see if they can actually support some stability returning back to Syria. But we don't have a statement yet after these celebrations have started to take place from officials, but we do believe that we're going to see more statements from the government soon as well.
Michal, it goes without saying that there are high stakes for Turkey on Syria stabilizing. What type of role does Turkey wish to play in the future of Syria?
Well, that's a question to be answered by the government so far, but we do know that whatever happens in Syria has an impact on Turkey because we share such a long border. And that's why over the years, we've seen the impact of the war spilling over to Turkey, first with the refugees, with millions of them coming here. That's been a major impact for the Turkish economy, for the Turkish population, for society in general, but also in terms of security along the border. Turkey has been saying for years that it has concerns, security concerns at the border with Syria because of the Kurdish groups there that are present at the border, the YPG, which is, according to Turkey is still an extension of the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, which Turkey says are both terrorist organizations. Now, Turkey has been carrying out ground operations against the YPG over the years since 2016 against the YPG, and that's why there are some areas along the border that is still controlled by Turkey and by Turkish-backed forces, Syrian groups that Turkey has supported during the war. Now, what can happen after whatever happens now for the future of Syria, it needs to see that Turkey is going to want some security along the border. And who is going to control these areas? What kind of leadership are going to be there? That's what Turkey is going to wait and see. And that's when it's going to have to decide how it will be involved, whether it's still going to request having some forces on the ground, having some bases there, or whatever form of support it can give to the people who are leading those areas. That's going to be the key issues for Turkey, the refugees, their potential return, and whether or not it feels that it has any security concerns along its borders.
Michal Bardavit, we appreciate that update from you, Michal. Thank you so much, as always. Let's also check in with CGTN's Yasser Hakim live in Cairo, Egypt for us. Yasser, what is the Egyptian perspective on the situation in Syria?
Well, so far, the official response been announced yet. However, all these developments happened while at the same time there was a meeting in Doha, Qatar, which included the foreign ministers of Qatar, the Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, and the Iran and Turkey. So from that one, the Egyptian foreign minister has that Egypt is very much caring about the unity of Syria, and that it will be following up on the developments to ensure that there is no divisions or sectarianism in Syria, and to avoid the rule of militias. Obviously, it's all region of what has happened in Iraq before, what has happened in Libya when the power has dropped or has been destroyed. What came after that was chaos rather than rebuilding, and the chaos that has engulfed the countries for years. And what the region is now trying to avoid is a repeat in Syria. Egypt also sent a statement saying that it denies the reports in the media, in the Western media, that said that Egypt has requested Assad to leave the country and establish a government in exile. Now, Egypt has categorically denied these news. At the same time, the United Arab Emirates has also issued a statement, the president of the United Arab Emirates advisor, and he also said that Assad was given several lifelines by the United Arab Emirates and other countries to leave the country or to leave power, which he turned down. Also denying that he is in the United Arab Emirates because there were reports that Assad might have fled to the UAE, but this statement is indirectly saying that he is not in the Arab Emirates or is not on the way to the United Arab Emirates at the moment. Most of the region, and Iraq in particular, a big neighbor with huge borders with Syria, has closed its embassy a few minutes ago and announced that the diplomats would leave to Lebanon, and that they are moving military personnel close to the borders to avoid the infiltration of militias or militants, or what they call obviously terrorists, into the borders of Iraq. So the region, Egypt and all the countries in the region are trying to avoid a repeat of what has been happening in the last decade or so in several countries that has had its on the region as a whole. It's about the whole Middle East region, and another a scenario that they're trying to avoid, which is chaos that could have a fallout into the countries, whether economically or military-wise, with militias and terrorist groups making use of the vacuum in power in Syria. It's a huge country with many sects and many also be militant, and this could turn into another bloody war, civil strife as well. Back to you.
All right, Yasser Hakim on the phone for us from Cairo, Egypt. Yasser, thank you so much. The rebel forces in Syria have announced in a televised statement that they have freed the country's capital, Damascus. They also said that Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has left the country, but it's not clear where he has gone. China's Xinhua news agency has reported the Syrian National Army as saying that Assad has been toppled. The Syrian presidency said on Saturday that Assad was still performing his constitutional duties. Our correspondent Haider Kazwini spoke with us a few hours ago with live gunfire in the background.
Now is the end. Since 1970, this is the first time that anti-government people come to the state TV and say that we toppled the government. It means that the Syrian government has gone once and for all now. There is nothing about the Assad government anymore in Syria. Syrian rebels actually are everywhere in Damascus now. They entered the presidential palace, the personal palace for the president. There are two other presidential palaces in the mountains around Damascus, and they are being searched right now. Rebels also entered the house of the president called the Security Square, which was a blocked area for everyone. The pro-government people, the people who fear that they are endangered or vulnerable by the attack of the rebels on the Damascus, they mostly left to the coastal cities. Actually, the coastal cities are where the Alawis, for example, are stationed there, where the Russian bases are moored there. So they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes, some rebels are down, they are shooting at something. Some rebels are, I am safe. Yes, I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about they want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
Syrian rebels have announced the liberation of Damascus and the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad in a brief statement on state television.
The city, Damascus, has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar Assad has been toppled, and all unjustly detained persons occupying the region's prisons have been released. The Fatah Damascus Operation Room calls upon the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all the properties of the Free Syrian State, Long live a free and independent Syrian for all Syrians of all sects.
The Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and turn its functions over to a transitional government.
I am in my house, and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we'll leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to Syria's conflict. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said they agreed on the need for an immediate end to the fighting. Iran's Abbas Araghchi concurred, and Turkey's Hakan Fidan reiterated Ankara's stance that Bashar al-Assad must engage with the Syrian people for a political solution. Turkey, meanwhile, denied involvement in the rebel operation and emphasized preventing a new wave of migrants fleeing the violence. The Israeli military has said it deployed forces to the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and other key areas. Israel also said it assisted UN peacekeepers in repelling an attack by armed individuals in the Golan Heights. Our Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
So Israel is, of course, very concerned just because whatever happens, and you've just spoken about it, is unclear. Who will be now governing Syria? That is unclear. And on this issue, Israeli forces have actually entered overnight an area known as the buffer zone between Israel and Syria. This buffer zone was declared in 1974. After the Yom Kippur War, and this is an area where the Syrian army cannot go into. For these past 50 years, the Syrian army mostly adhered to this agreement and did not go into this area, but overnight, some forces belonging to rebel groups have entered there and actually even clashed with UN peacekeeping forces known as UNDOF that separate between Israel and Syria. And at least as far as Israel is concerned, these are Syrian forces which cannot go in there. That is why Israel assisted the United Nations force, and that is why Israel actually deployed forces to the buffer zone where Syrian forces cannot be. So far, it was only a Syrian army. Now it's Syrian rebels. Whatever it may be, the very unclear future is a big concern for Israel.
I'm now joined in the studio by Anar Tengen, a senior fellow at the Taihe Institute. Anar, we've been gathering reactions from regional powers, neighboring countries to Syria on what has been happening. Let's first talk about Turkey. Turkey obviously is watching all of this very closely, mindful of any spillover effects on its border. It's already housing 3 million Syrian refugees. It doesn't want that situation to exacerbate there. Talk to us about Turkey's position on the situation in Syria.
Well, obviously, and now remember, Syria is a state of 25 million people, so you're talking about 12% of the people are now living in Syria. There have been domestic issues, especially as the economies are more difficult. There's this feeling that it's time for the Syrians to go back to Syria. But the question is, to what? I mean, it is an economy that has been wrecked over these last years. Since 2011, it has not been going up. It's just been going steadily down. The oil, which the selling of oil was about 20% of the economy, but it's decreased dramatically. It's around 7 or 8 million barrels a day. It started off at 12. There are reserves in the areas between Syria and Cyprus. But to be developed, you'd have to have peace. I think, if I may, I would like to say that this really stands as a testament to the fact that you cannot have outside powers using these countries as pawns in some sort of game. And they're all equally guilty. There are no heroes, all right, at this point that we can see. I mean, Russia wanted a base, they've lost that. Iran wanted to have influence in what it saw as a greater sphere of, Persian influence. That is gone. You have Turkey that has, absorbed these 3 million. They want them gone. I don't say that these are the sole issues that are going on here, but all these countries concentrating and using this as an issue has really opened up my eyes to this idea that you cannot have the security of a country dependent on the insecurity of other countries. And that's what we see here. So the lesson is, it is time to stop. Washington, Russia, everybody needs to get out of these countries and allow the people to decide what their future is, not other interests.
That's a great way to put it, Einar. Let's also talk about Iran. We haven't heard, of course, this is a very early in the situation. Things have moved very fast in the last 10, 12 hours. When Iran is watching all of this, Iran has been a very close ally to Syria, providing military support, military advisors in Syria. How big of a loss is this to Iran?
It's huge, but I mean, it's, from the Iranian point of view, it's an old culture. They don't see anything like this as permanent. This isn't the end of it, and this is what we were talking about earlier. This is just the beginning of the next phase. So there's very little doubt in my mind that somehow Iran will say, oh, we give up Syria long term. They'll say, this is a setback. Now we have to plot how we are going to get back in, how we're going to establish what they believe is the rightful dominance, or at least influence over what they see as this kind of greater Persian empire that was created.
All right, Einar, thank you so much for your analysis. Do stay with me here on our special program. The rebel forces in Syria have announced in a televised statement that they have ousted President Bashar al-Assad. They also claim that Assad has left the country, but it's not clear where he has gone. The ouster brings to an end the 50-year rule of the Assad family in Syria. The rebel coalition said they're working to complete the transfer of power to a transitional governing body with full executive powers. Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government is ready to extend its hand to a transitional administration. Syrian rebels have announced the liberation of Damascus and the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad in a brief statement on state television.
The city, Damascus, has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar Assad has been toppled, and all unjustly detained persons occupying the region's prisons have been released. The Fatah Damascus Operation Room calls upon the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all the properties of the free Syrian state. Long live a free and independent Syrian for all Syrians of all sects.
Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and turn its functions over to a transitional government.
I am in my house, and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we will leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
The Islamist militant group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has long been involved in the Syrian conflict, but who are the rebels known as HTS? The organization was founded in 2011 with the name Jabhat al-Nusra as a direct affiliate of al-Qaeda and linked to the leader of the Islamic State group, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. It was seen as one of the most effective groups created to challenge President Assad in the brutal civil war. Its jihadist ideology sometimes brought it at odds with the main rebel coalition of the time, called Free Syria. In 2016, the group's leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, publicly distanced the group from al-Qaeda to dissolve the original group. It took its modern name when it merged with several similar groups a year later. Since breaking with al-Qaeda, its stated goal has been to establish fundamentalist Islamic rule solely in Syria, rather than a wider caliphate, as the Islamic State group tried to do. HTS consolidated its power base in the northwestern province of Idlib, where it has been the de facto local administration for several years. It seemed content to limit its efforts to Idlib until the recent lightning offensive. The Israeli military has said it deployed forces to the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and other key areas. Israel also said it assisted UN peacekeepers in repelling an attack by armed individuals in the Golan Heights. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
So Israel is, of course, very concerned just because whatever happens, and you've just spoken about it, is unclear. Who will be now governing Syria? That is unclear. And on this issue, Israeli forces have actually entered overnight an area known as the buffer zone between Israel and Syria. This buffer zone was declared in 1974. After the Yom Kippur War, and this is an area where the Syrian army cannot go into. For these past 50 years, the Syrian army mostly adhered to this agreement and did not go into this area, but overnight, some forces belonging to rebel groups have entered there and actually even clashed with UN peacekeeping forces known as UNDOF that separate between Israel and Syria. And at least as far as Israel is concerned, these are Syrian forces which cannot go in there. That is why Israel assisted the United Nations force. And that is why Israel actually deployed forces to the buffer zone where Syrian forces cannot be. So far, it was only a Syrian army. Now it's Syrian rebels. Whatever it may be, the very unclear future is a big concern for Israel.
For more, let's go live to CGTN correspondent Dasha Trinishova in Moscow. Dasha, what have been some of the reactions from Russia on the situation in Syria?
Well, indeed, Russia is closely monitoring whatever is happening in Syria, and we understand that Russia has been calling for the territorial integrity of the Syrian state. That has been the main message that we have heard from the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, who was addressing the meeting in Doha. And the very clear understanding for Russia is that they were supporting the Syrian authorities with the Russian air defense systems helping the Syrian air military, and they have been targeting the positions of the terrorists of HTC, as Russia calls them terrorists, and reminds that they are listed as terrorists by the United Nations and by the US itself. So the understanding is that Russia does want the territorial integrity of Syria to remain, but at the same time notes that they are willing to implement Resolution 2254 of the UN Security Council, which provides for the political dialogue within the Syrian state. And they have been saying that there has to be dialogue with the legitimate Syrian opposition. With regards to that, we have seen several meetings of the so-called Moscow format of the Syrian opposition. But at the same time, what Russia is saying, the very danger of this situation is that there could be chaos and anarchy in the Syrian territory, saying that they are afraid and they want to do everything possible to prevent the situation from unfolding as the same scenario as it happened in Iraq and Libya before.
Dasha, foreign ministers of Russia, Turkey, and Iran have met in Doha, calling for an immediate end to hostile activities in Syria. What more can you tell us on that?
Yes, indeed. There has been the joint statement, and in that statement they have indeed called for the implementation of Resolution 2254. They also have been saying that there has to be the political dialogue, but whether it is time for dialogue at this stage or not is a big question. We also have seen the sides actually calling for more humanitarian aid to the Syrian people. There has been special attention paid to the Syrian refugees, because obviously the situation within the country could trigger more refugees fleeing the country. So certainly there has been a lot at stake, but it does seem that the main message that we got from that meeting was that the Syrian territorial integrity has to be preserved. And Sergei Lavrov, Russian foreign minister, has been asked specifically whether he believes that was the diplomatic victory or the very significant defeat for Russia. And he said that the opposition groups that have been geared up by some geopolitical forces, he said, without naming the US in particular, particular, he said they were undermining all the diplomatic effort that has been put forward over the course of the past years, and that was definitely deplorable. So the hope was that the end of hostilities would be close and the civilian population would not suffer.
Dasha Chernyshova, thank you so much for that update. Iran is also seeking a political solution to the conflict in Syria. Our Ehsan Kevani has more from Tehran.
So far, we haven't had any clear and direct reaction from the top leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the supreme leader of the country or the president. But we had some comments from the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, just warning that the situation in Syria could be expanded in the region, and warned the regional countries. As you know, Syria for many years has been one of the main bases for Iran to support the resistance groups across the region, including the Hezbollah in Lebanon, or Palestinian fighter groups, or resistant groups. Now, Iran has lost naturally one of its main bases in the region to support the resistant groups. You know that between Iran and Syria, there have been different military agreements based on which Iranian military advisors from the IRGC could be dispatched to Syria to do advising military missions for the Syrian government. Now this important base has been lost. But one of the main religious and social huge concerns for many Iranians, which are the majority of Iranian people are Shia Muslims, is a possible demolition of the holy shrines of Shia in Syria around Damascus suburbs, which is a huge concern for a large population of Shia Iranian people who are worried about this situation in Syria.
I'm now joined on the phone from Beirut by our correspondent Zara Al-Dirzi. Zara, only one land border crossing point is now open between Lebanon and Syria. What more can you tell us about that?
Yes, depending on the recent information from the Lebanese General Security in the border crossings, that they limited the procedures for the Syrians who are entering from Lebanon, which seems as an attempt to avoid new refugee waves from Syria towards Lebanon. Meanwhile, they allowed Syrians who want to return from Lebanon to Syria to cross easily across the one remaining border crossing, Al-Masna, which links Beirut with Damascus. Meanwhile, the northern border crossings in Al-Ariba, the Busidi and Jusi were closed by the security, by the Lebanese security, and also due to Israeli airstrikes that targeted Al-Ariba recently, and also targeted Jusi, which links Hamza province, the Syrian Hamza province with Al-Beqa Valley. Here also there is an indication that there's some footage released from Al-Masna border crossing shows that dozens of Syrians who are trying to reach to Syria following tackling the Al-Assad regime. And also I want to recontact that during the last year there were some evacuation or a voluntary return process from Lebanon to Syria, where many of the Syrian refugees in Lebanon were not allowed to enter to Lebanon for Syrian security concerns. But depending on the situation in the ground, until there is no official statement from the Lebanese government regarding what is happening in Syria, it's very clear that Lebanon is avoiding a new displacement or refugee wave from Syria, where Lebanese are suffering the repercussions of a long economic crisis and also the discussion of more than a year of conflict in southern Lebanon, and also 2 months of intensive fighting between Hezbollah and Israel, which made billions of dollars of losses for the Lebanese, which cannot have any more of the refugee crisis, and there were during the intensive fighting or the war of October and November in Lebanon, there were thousands of Syrian refugees who managed to return to Syria, fleeing the conflict in Lebanon.
Zara, what is the reaction from Beirut, from Lebanon, to the rapidly changing situation there in Syria?
Of course, there is concerns about the repercussions of what happened in Syria, because everything happens in Syria reflects on Lebanon. These two countries are very related. Syria had an ally here on the ground in Syria. Syria was the path of the supply lines for Hezbollah, who was fighting Israel till 2 weeks ago. Everything happens in Syria will affect on Lebanon. Of course, also the economy will reflect on the political situation. The Lebanese are waiting for electing a new president maybe in January. Well, the foreign speaker determined the January 9th as a session for electing a new president in the country after 3 years, and also the economic situation will be also affected by the situation in Syria. So the situation is very fuzzy, and none of even those who are considered as allies for Syria in Lebanon hasn't issued any statement about what is happening. But there is also they think or consideration that what happens in Syria is as a part of a regional changing the process and maybe agreed on between regional factors such as Turkey, Russia, and also Iran, of course, in addition to some Arab countries. So what is happening in Syria, what is the future in Syria will also be reflected here in Lebanon. The northern city of Tripoli witnessed some protests supporting what is happening in Syria, or supporting the armed opposition. And also some of the Lebanese entered to the offices of the Syrian Al-Ba'ath party in northern Lebanon, and through all the pictures of the former President Bashar al-Assad and so on.
Zara, we appreciate that update from you. Zara Al-Dirzi on the phone for us from Beirut. And in an earlier interview with CGTN, Wang Jing, the director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an, shared his insight into the situation in Syria. He said Syrian rebel forces need to design a mechanism to organize Syrian politics as soon as possible.
I think the most important thing that should be expected, the next is how the Syrian rebel forces they could reorganize themselves, because actually they are not anymore the rebel forces. They are not anymore the rebel authority in the Idlib province or in the northwestern part of Syria. They actually become now the power to get the central government power authority into their hands, and they have to put division aside. Put aside their internal divisions between different factions. For example, between the Syrian National Army and the Syrian the rebel armies. They have to put them aside, and also they have to consider the possible division between themselves and the Syrian the Kurdish military groups in the northeastern part of the country. So what would happen next? How to design a kind of the mechanism, political mechanism, to include everybody inside, to melt down the divisions, to put forward a very new the outlook for the country's future. I think this is a very particularly important thing that should be the very first priority for the country and also for the rebel forces themselves.
Let's talk with Einar Tangen here in the studio. He's a senior fellow with Taihe Institute. Einar, you said, let this be the lesson learned the hard way for all of these countries that are using countries like Syria as pawns. But I doubt that will happen, because when they lose one pawn, they will find another in the region. When the Assad regime falls, whose loss is the biggest, if we're taking into consideration regional powers here?
Regional powers, obviously Russia and Iran on the short end, but it keeps something in mind on the timing of this. You had Saudi Arabia getting closer to Iran, announcing that an attack in Iran would be an attack on the Muslim world. And then all of a sudden you have a situation where a lightning strike by a Sunni Arab is going to soon be in control of what was previously controlled by the Shia Iranians. So what you have is now, instead of having a rapprochement, bringing things closer together, you have a situation which is sure to ignite hostilities, especially on the religious scale. Who does that benefit? Who wanted Russia out of those bases? Who wanted Iran out of Syria? Now, there are regional powers there, but there is also one in particular in the United States. It's in its mind perhaps the greatest winner. It's killed so many birds with one stone by having this. And the question is, what is the end game? And that is what's so bothersome to me, and goes back to your original question about this idea of cynically using other countries for your own purposes.
The rebels have indicated that they're ready to form some sort of transitional administration. How big of a challenge will that be for those rebel forces who have limited, if any, political governing experience?
Well, they were in Idlib, but the reports coming out of Idlib, even by neutral parties, indicated it was fairly brutal. They were an army, basically as an occupation. They were extracting resources. Will they change when they get into Damascus and they're having to rule a country? We'll have to see. But they're not equipped to do it in any conventional sense. If they cooperate with the Syrian government, that would be one thing. But there's going to be a lot of scores to settle here, and the question is, will they be able to control that, or does this turn into mass confusion?
All right, Einar, appreciate your analysis. Thank you. An update on the situation in Syria. The rebel forces in the country announcing in a televised statement that they have ousted President Bashar al-Assad. They also claim that Assad has left the country, but it's not clear where he has gone. The ouster brings to an end the 50-year rule of the Assad family in Syria. The rebel coalition said they are working to complete the transfer of power to a transitional governing body with full executive powers. Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government is ready to extend its hand to a transitional administration. Our correspondent Haider Kazwini brings us the latest from Damascus.
This is central Damascus. This is called the President Assad Bridge. All rebels are taking over everything. There are hundreds of them. They are making checkpoints. They are looting the government institutions like the police officers, the security branches. Plumes of smokes can be seen just behind me. People are in chaotic situations. They don't know what they're doing. There's no transportation, no police, no police officers even, and no traffic police at all. What we can see is rebels who are just doing things. They are shooting celebratory shots, and the situation is heading to the unknown. We don't know what's happening here. There is no government here. The Syrian regime has been totally collapsed. Now we can see there the smoke pillars there are near the presidential palace. There are also other places near the state TV. I don't know why they are what's burning there. The situation is really chaotic here.
The Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and turn its functions over to a transitional government.
I am in my house and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we'll leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
The Islamist militant group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has long been involved in the Syrian conflict, but who are the rebels known as HTS? The organization was founded in 2011 with the name Jabhat al-Nusra as a direct affiliate of al-Qaeda and linked to the leader of the Islamic State group, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. It was seen as one of the most effective groups created to challenge President Assad in the brutal civil war. Its jihadist ideology sometimes brought it at odds with the main rebel coalition of the time called Free Syria. In 2016, the group's leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, publicly distanced the group from al-Qaeda to dissolve the original group. It took its modern name when it merged with several similar groups a year later. Since breaking with al-Qaeda, its stated goal has been to establish fundamentalist Islamic rule solely in Syria, rather than a wider caliphate, as the Islamic State group tried to do. HTS consolidated its power base in the northwestern province of Idlib, where it has been the de facto local administration for several years. It seemed content to limit its efforts to Idlib until the recent lightning offensive. The Israeli military has said it deployed forces to the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and other key areas. Israel also said it assisted UN peacekeepers in repelling an attack by armed individuals in the Golan Heights. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
So Israel is, of course, very concerned just because whatever happens, and you've just spoken about it, is unclear. Who will be now governing Syria? That is unclear. And on this issue, Israeli forces have actually entered overnight an area known as the buffer zone between Israel and Syria. This buffer zone was declared in 1974. After the Yom Kippur War, and this is an area where the Syrian army cannot go into. For these past 50 years, the Syrian army mostly adhered to this agreement and did not go into this area, but overnight, some forces belonging to rebel groups have entered there and actually even clashed with UN peacekeeping forces known as UNDOF that separate between Israel and Syria. And at least as far as Israel is concerned, these are Syrian forces which cannot go in there. That is why Israel assisted the United Nations force. And that is why Israel actually deployed forces to the buffer zone where Syrian forces cannot be. So far, it was only a Syrian army. Now it's Syrian rebels. Whatever it may be, the very unclear future is a big concern for Israel.
And in an earlier interview with CGTN, Wang Jing, the director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an, shared his insight into the situation in Syria. He said Syrian rebel forces need to design a mechanism to organize Syrian politics as soon as possible.
I think the most important thing that should be expected, the next is how the Syrian rebel forces they could reorganize themselves, because actually they are not anymore the rebel forces. They are not anymore the rebel authority in the Idlib province or in the northwestern part of Syria. They actually become now the power to get the central government power authority into their hands, and they have to put division aside. Put aside their internal divisions between different factions, for example. between the Syrian National Army and the Syrian the rebel armies. They have to put them aside, and also they have to consider the possible division between themselves and the Syrian the Kurdish military groups in the northeastern part of the country. So what would happen next? How to design a kind of the mechanism, political mechanism, to include everybody inside, to melt down the divisions, to put forward the very new the outlook for the country's future. I think this is a very particularly important thing that should be the very first priority for the country and also for the rebel forces themselves.
Let's talk with Einar Tangen, a senior fellow with Taihe Institute. Einar, help our viewers understand the status quo of the Syrian economy. We keep hearing from our correspondents that the Syrian people keep complaining about the economy. The economic woes have not improved since 2011. What is the latest there?
All right, the industries have been, just disappearing. 20% of the economy is dependent on oil. Agricultural exports were the next thing. Obviously, with Syria being sanctioned, that has gone away. There have been allegations that it has become the largest narco state in the Middle East, supplying drugs that are very popular there to the tune of $3.6 billion a year. Obviously, this will stop, but those industries were allegedly controlled by people very close or relatives close to Bashar Assad, some money going to the government, some going to them individually. There's a real question about what happens next. How can they revive this economy? How do they have the ability to instill confidence so there can be rebuilding and investment? You have the situation where you have Shia and Sunni now face to face. If there are destruction of those important religious places, this could put a whole new face on the issue between these two religions. What is needed is what happened between in Christians, between Protestants and Catholics. There has to be an understanding that the war has to stop. Killing people in the name of religion isn't religion. It is simply death and destruction. So at this point, a lot of what happens with the economy is going to depend on how they can resolve these issues and if they can put aside the religious aspects of this and just truly be a people interested in taking the country. Now, remember the leader of HTS, he was born just outside of the capital city. He was from an upper class family. Hopefully he has this sense that he wants to return his country to something more prosperous. He did renounce Al-Qaeda and this idea of a united caliphate and said, no, we will govern ourselves. Hopefully he believes in that, and he believes in a more just and prosperous future.
A lot remains to be seen here. Einar, thanks so much. And let's now get an update from our correspondent Haider Kazwini, who brings us the latest from Damascus.
Now is the end. Since 1970, this is the first time that anti-government people come to the state TV and say that we toppled the government. It means that the Syrian government has gone once and for all now. There is nothing about the Assad government anymore in Syria. Syrian rebels actually are everywhere in Damascus now. They entered the presidential palace, the personal palace for the president. There are two other presidential palaces in the mountains around Damascus, and they are being searched right now. Rebels also entered the house of the president, called the Security Square, which was a blocked area for everyone. The pro-government people, the people who fear that they are endangered or vulnerable by the attack of the rebels on the Damascus, they mostly left to the coastal cities. Actually, the coastal cities are where the Alawis, for example, are stationed there, where the Russian bases are moored there. So they are safe there. Now the route is still okay and they can leave. While the other people who are inside or anti-government, they are celebrating. Actually, guns are everywhere now in Damascus. Everyone can enter the Ministry of Defense to take a gun and start shooting as celebratory shots. We can hear it very clearly now in Damascus. But the real feeling of the vast majority of Syrians feeling are about the end of their economic suffering. Most Syrians, especially in the last 4 years, they suffered a lot from the economic situation. Yes. Yes, some rebels are down, they are shooting at something. Some rebels are... Yeah, I am in safe. Yes, I am safe right now. The gunshots are really hard. Actually, those gunshots are from a car for rebels is coming into the street and they are shooting at something. They are asking people to stay at home. That's what's happening. So if we get back to the question, we speak about how Syrians feel. They fear mainly about their, they want an end to their economic suffering. Syrians, the policy of the Syrian government in the last 4 years were mainly about bad policies. They created corruption. They depended on kickbacks from people. They put high taxes on everything. Actually, the basic items like fuel, bread, electricity outages are very long. Everything was missing. Everything was scarce in Syria. So vast majority of Syrians believe that with the end of the Syrian regime, maybe things will be better. Maybe they will start living in prosperity from now on. This is actually what the vast majority of Syrians believe in. They want an end to their economic suffering. They think of their bread and butter for now.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities, reinvent, find new opportunities, discover a path forward. CGTN, see the difference.
The rebel forces in Syria have announced in a televised statement that they have ousted President Bashar al-Assad. They also claim that Assad has left the country, but it's unclear where he has gone. The ouster brings to an end the 50-year rule of the Assad family in Syria. The rebel coalition said they're working to complete the transfer of power to a transitional governing body with full executive powers. Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government is ready to extend its hand to a transitional administration. Our correspondent Haidar Kazwini brings us the latest from Damascus.
This is central Damascus. This is called the President Assad Bridge. All rebels are taking over everything. There are hundreds of them. They are making checkpoints. They are looting the government institutions like the police officers, the security branches. Plumes of smokes can be seen just behind me. People are in chaotic situations. They don't know what they're doing. There's no transportation, no police officers even, and no traffic police at all. What we can see is rebels who are just doing things. They are shooting celebratory shots, and the situation is heading to the unknown. We don't know what's happening here. There is no government here. The Syrian regime has been totally collapsed. Now we can see there the smoke pillars there are near the presidential palace. There are also other places near the state TV. I don't know why they are what's burning there. The situation is really chaotic here.
Syrian Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and turn its functions over to a transitional government.
I am in my house and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we will leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
The Islamist militant group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has long been involved in the Syrian conflict, but who are the rebels known as HTS? The organization was founded in 2011 with the name Jabhat al-Nusra as a direct affiliate of al-Qaeda and linked to the leader of the Islamic State group, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. It was seen as one of the most effective groups created to challenge President Assad in the brutal civil war. Its jihadist ideology sometimes brought it at odds with the main rebel coalition of the time called Free Syria. In 2016, the group's leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, publicly distanced the group from al-Qaeda to dissolve the original group. It took its modern name when it emerged with several similar groups a year later. Since breaking with al-Qaeda, its stated goal has been to establish fundamentalist Islamic rule solely in Syria, rather than a wider caliphate, as the Islamic State group tried to do. HTS consolidated its power base in the northwestern province of Idlib, where it has been the de facto local administration for several years. It seemed content to limit its efforts to Idlib until the recent lightning offensive. The Iranian, Russian, and Turkish foreign ministers have met in Doha as part of the Astana process, seeking a political solution to Syria's conflict. For more, let's check in with CGTN correspondent Mihal Bardavid, live in Istanbul. Mihal, what more can you tell us after Turkey denied involvement in the rebel operation?
Yes, that's Turkey's stance right now, that it has not been involved in this latest offensive. Turkey has been involved one way or another since the Syrian conflict began, because Turkey shares such a large border with Syria. A lot of what happens there, because it's a neighboring country, has impacted Turkey. But over the years, even though since the beginning of the conflict, Turkey has been one of the backers of the opposition groups. It has some forces there. It has alliance with some of these groups that are fighting with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad since the beginning of the conflict. It has stated that it has not been involved over the last couple of days since this major offensive began. Turkey has blamed, however, the Syrian government for what has happened. Just a couple of days ago, when the Iranian foreign minister was in Turkey and he spoke to the Turkish foreign minister, Hakan Fidan had stated that it was the Syrian government that didn't listen to the demands of the Syrian people, that they didn't come to an understanding with the Syrian opposition, that they didn't try to resolve this conflict. So they were the ones to blame for this offensive. This is what the Turkish foreign minister stated just a couple of days ago. So they believe that it is their responsibility. It is President Bashar al-Assad's responsibility. And just a couple of months ago, the Turkish government actually has been trying to normalize ties with the Syrian government, with President Bashar al-Assad. Even Turkish President Erdogan stated that he had extended, potentially he would invite Assad to come to Turkey for talks, but the Syrian government didn't accept this, so the normalization of ties didn't happen. And over the last couple of days, we heard Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan say that they hoped no accident would happen for this offensive, even though Turkey is not involved, and that the Syrian government had missed an opportunity to normalize ties with Turkey.
Turkey shares a long border with Syria and has hosted millions of Syrian refugees, Mihal. Since the fall of Damascus, what have been the reactions from Turkey, from refugees, from Turkish people, from Turkish authorities?
Well, basically, when we're talking about the Syrian people in Turkey, as you said, there are over 3 million people here since the beginning of the conflict. They've been home, they've found a refuge here in Turkey, but over the years, they have never been willing to go back. They never believed it was stable enough or secure enough to go back. Even just a couple of months back, when Syrian President Bashar al-Assad issued a new pardon in October, we talked to a few Syrians there then, and they had said that no, that even this pardon didn't matter to them. They didn't see a future back home. They would not return. They were not considering a return. Today is a different new day for Syrians here in Turkey. We're seeing people in Istanbul celebrating. They've entered the Fatih Mosque. There is chanting there. In Gaziantep, where there's a huge Syrian population as well, we're seeing people marching on the streets, celebrating. We've talked to many of them. They are saying that they see hope for their future. They can see themselves returning back to Syria. That's what they want. That's what they want to do now voluntarily. And that's what's been key, because before, the Turkish government has been trying to find a way to establish potentially even ties so that Syrians can return back home voluntarily. family and be happy going there, believe that it was secure, but it wasn't safe until now. Even just a couple of days back, when the offensive had begun, there was a statement made by the Turkish Interior Minister Ali Alikaya, who stated that it isn't safe yet. We have to see what's going to happen. We have to see whether it's stable enough for people to consider going back home. Now already we see that they want to go home. Now it's going to be important to see whether it will be stable enough and what the Turkish officials are going to say on the potential return of Syrian refugees here in Turkey.
Mihal, nobody knows how long it will take for stability to return to Syria, for it to have a functioning government, to have normal relations with its neighbors, with other regional powers. What role does Turkey wish to play in that rebuilding process, if you will, in Syria?
Well, I think it's really going to be important to see what will happen in Syria. And according to that, Turkey, Ankara will have to decide what kind of role they need to take, or have the potential to take, or have the opportunity to take, or whether or not they want any role. But one thing is for sure, we have to be critical of what is going to happen to the Syrian refugees. That's important for Turkey because it's also important for the Turkish population as well. We've seen it in the last local elections. Turkish people, an anti-migrant sentiment has been growing over the last couple of years, and the Turkish population kind of wants to see the Syrians go back voluntarily because it has had an impact on the Turkish society. So the Turkish government is going to have to be involved in the potential return of Syrians, how they will manage that, how they will support that, how they will see for them to housing isn't going to be important. Just the jobs that are here taken by the Syrian people as well is also going to be an issue to consider for the Turkish government and for the Turkish economy as well. And then there's the matter of security, which has been very critical for Turkey over the last years since the conflict began, because the Turkish government has been saying that there is an issue of security for Turkey when we consider the Syrian border, especially when it comes to Kurdish groups there. The YPG, which the government says is still an extension of the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers Party, which Turkey considers both to be a terrorist organization. And Turkey doesn't want any part of these Kurdish groups, any part of the YPG to be governing in these areas. It's a matter of security for them. And that's why since 2016, Turkey has carried out some ground operations in these areas so that they can clear these areas from groups they consider to be terrorist organizations. And now when Syria starts to rebuild itself, it's going to be important to see who is governing where, what leaderships are going to be formed, who's going to take leaderships in which areas. And that will have to be significant for Turkey, especially when we consider the areas along the Turkish border, where Turkey has even said that it considers still to carry out ground operations. Just a few months back, Erdogan was still saying that it would take matters into its own hands to secure these areas such as Manbij. So we're going to have to see what happens in these areas in terms of leadership, and that's when Turkey will have to decide what kind of role it wants to take and what kind of dialogue it would have with the people, with the new leadership in Syria.
Mihal Bardavit, we appreciate your update. Mihal, thanks so much as always. All right, for the latest, let's also bring in Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, the Israeli military says it has deployed forces to the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and other key areas. What is the latest on this?
Yes, the buffer zone is an area that exists since an agreement called the Separation of Powers was signed in 1974, 50 years ago, after the Yom Kippur War, and that dictates a buffer zone between Israel and Syria, to which the Syrian army cannot go into, and only UN forces are allowed there. They're called UNDOF, the peacekeepers between Israel and Syria. That buffer zone was almost always the Syrian army pretty much kept that separation of powers agreement and practically never came into that area. But last night, rebel forces came into that area, and as far as Israel is concerned, these are Syrian forces, not the Syrian army, perhaps not the Assad army, but these are Syrian forces, and Israel is concerned with that. That is why Israel assisted the peacekeepers. Israel fired artillery from its own area in order to repel the rebels, which eventually eventually left the area. And this morning, the army announcing that Israeli forces, both infantry and armored forces, are now inside that buffer zone, making sure that Syrian forces do not come in. It's true that the Syrian state, the Syrian army, the Assad army, at least for about 40 years until the beginning of the Syrian civil war, almost always kept that buffer zone clear of its forces. Now things are changing, and this is, I think, the main concern for Israel, the unknown. Of course, many in Israel are happy to see the Assad regime fall. This is a regime that had very close ties with Hezbollah, with Iran, especially since they assisted Assad some 8 years ago and helped him remain in power. But for many in Israel, Assad was what is defined here in Israel as the devil you know. What is happening now across the border? Who will control Syria? This is something that is unknown, is unclear, and clearly concerning for Israel.
Jonathan, the Israeli army also said it assisted UN peacekeepers in repelling an attack by armed individuals in the Golan Heights. What more can you tell us about that?
This is exactly the forces that we mentioned, those that are stationed in the buffer zone. And as opposed to the UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon, known as the UNIFIL, which had their hands full in the last year, and also before that, the UNDOF peacekeepers between Israel and Syria, for at least for the first 40 years of the agreement, the separation of powers agreement, they did not have a lot of work. Both countries kept their part in the agreement. Since the civil war began, of course, the situation has changed. And now, with Syria changing hands, the situation is completely changing. Do we know if the rebels intend to keep this separation of powers agreement? We don't. Do we know what is going to happen right on the border? We don't know. And this is why Israel decided that in the first military test to make sure that Israeli forces are helping, are assisting the UN peacekeepers to keep the buffer zone clear of Syrian forces. Now that buffer zone is, there are Israeli forces inside that area. And of course, we cannot really know what the developments in Syria will look like. No one thought 2 weeks ago that we will be in this place where we are now. And Israel is very much alert of what is happening on the other side, ready to assist the UN peacekeepers as it did last night, and ready to deploy its own forces.
Jonathan Regev live in Tel Aviv for us. Jonathan, thank you. Meanwhile, China says it's monitoring the situation in Syria. And for more on Beijing's position, let's go live to CGTN reporter Huang Yue. Huang Yue, what do you have for us on this?
Yes, Zhongshi, we just got the latest response from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. It said that China is closely watching the development of the situation in Syria and hopes for the country to restore stability as soon as possible. In the meantime, it said that China has assisted Chinese nationals in Syria who wish to leave the country to do so in a safe and orderly manner while maintaining contact with those who remain in the country and provide them safety guidance. It also urges relevant parties in Syria to take concrete measures to ensure the safety of Chinese institutions and personnel. He also said that at present, Chinese embassy in Syria remains operational and will continue to provide every possible assistance to Chinese nationals in need. That's all we got from the Chinese Foreign Ministry.
CGTN's Huang Yue in Beijing. Huang Yue, thank you. Now, in an earlier interview with CGTN, Wang Jing, director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an, shared his insight into the situation in Syria. He said Syrian rebel forces need to design a mechanism to organize Syrian politics as soon as possible.
I think the most important thing that should be expected, the next is how the Syrian rebel forces they could reorganize themselves, because actually they are not anymore the rebel forces. They are not anymore the rebel authority in the Idlib province or in the northwestern part of Syria. They actually become now the power to get the central government power authority into their hands, and they have to put division aside. Put aside their internal divisions between different factions. For example, between the Syrian National Army and the Syrian the rebel armies. They have to put them aside, and also they have to consider the possible division between themselves and the Syrian the Kurdish military groups in the northeastern part of the country. So what would happen next? How to design a kind of the mechanism, political mechanism, to include everybody inside, to melt down the divisions, to put forward the very new the outlook for the country's future. I think this is a very particularly important thing that should be the very first priority for the country and also for the rebel forces themselves.
Let's now go live to CGTN correspondent Haider Kazwini in Damascus for the very latest on this. Haider, the last time we had you on, we heard life on fire in the streets as you were talking to us. We were also able to see pictures of Syrians gathering in the streets, singing, chanting, celebrating what's happened there. Give us a sense of what it is like in Damascus now.
Actually, what we can see in Damascus right now is that rebels are everywhere. They are roaming the streets. They are searching all the government institutions. They have entered the security branches, for example, in Damascus, which are so many, like there are like 10 security branches in Damascus. Those are all have been taken out by the rebels. There are some kind of looting for the properties inside. They entered also the police department. They controlled it. The other government institutions are still fine. Only the security branches are affected by the rebels' offensive, while the other institutions like hospitals, schools, residential buildings, actually nothing. They did not affect anyone with their offensive today. They are in the streets. There are, until now, we can hear celebratory shots. Actually, too many people are in the streets are shooting because they are happy about what happened. The number of rebels in Damascus is, we can say, unlimited. It's a really big number. They are coming from southern Syria mainly, and some of them coming from northwest Syria, from Idlib. They are controlling now everything in Damascus. There is nothing for the government. The prime minister was seen going out from the UN residence in the Four Seasons Hotel in Damascus, actually, and he said today that he wants to cooperate and he wants to get everyone on his duty starting from tomorrow. So tomorrow will be the next challenge, I think. Are the government institutions going to be working tomorrow or not? This is another question, because now it is chaos in Damascus. There is no one in power. We don't know if someone is attacked. There is no police, no security to protect him. There is nothing. Actually, these rebels are roaming the streets. They are celebrating. Gunshots everywhere. It's not safe at all to go out in Damascus. So the traffic jam is really light right now. So tomorrow will be another question. Will this situation continue, or are the rebels going to send reinforcement to enforce the laws here and to protect the government properties? Now the rebels are different from yesterday because now they are in power. I mean, they are the people in charge here. They have to conduct.
Well, it does look like we lost our Haider over there. He was reporting from Damascus in Syria, an incredibly fluid situation that warrants constant attention. We'll stop on top of the situation for you right here on CGTN. And that wraps up our special program. For now, I'm Zhong Shi in Beijing. Thank you so much for your company.
وكيل الصحافي طلع بار بتطلع معك بشيل لك المرسيدس بيطلع معك هاي الشام
This is The World Today. Hello and thank you for joining us. I am Penina Karibe. Let's begin in Syria, where anti-government forces have announced in a televised statement they have freed the country's capital, Damascus. The rebels added that President Bashar al-Assad had left the country, but it's not clear where he's gone. Xinhua news agency is reporting the Syrian National Army are saying that Assad has been toppled. However, the Syrian presidency said on Saturday that Assad was still performing his constitutional duties. Syrian rebels have announced the liberation of Damascus and the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad in a brief statement on state television.
The city, Damascus, has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar Assad has been toppled, and all unjustly detained persons occupying the region's prisons have been released. The Fatah Damascus Operation Room calls upon the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all the properties of the free Syrian state. Long live a free and independent Syrian for all Syrians of all sects.
Syrian Prime Minister Mohammed Ghazi Jalali has said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and turn its functions over to a transitional government.
I am in my house and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we will leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
Iran is seeking a political solution to the conflict in Syria. Ehsan Kivani has more from Tehran.
So far, we haven't had any clear and direct reaction from the top leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the supreme leader of the country or the president. But we had some comments from the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, just warning that the situation in Syria could be expanded in the region and warned the regional countries. As you know, Syria for many years has been one of the main bases for Iran to support the resistance groups across the region, including the Hezbollah in Lebanon or Palestinian fighter groups or resistant groups. Now, Iran has lost naturally one of its main bases in the region to support the resistant groups. You know that between Iran and Syria, there have been different military agreements based on which Iranian military advisors from the IRGC could be dispatched to Syria to do advising military missions for the Syrian government. Now this important base has been lost. But one of the main religious and social huge concerns for many Iranians, which are the majority of Iranian people are Shia Muslims, is a possible demolition of the holy shrines of Shia in Syria around Damascus suburbs, which is a huge concern for a large population of Shia Iranian people who are worried about this situation in Syria.
The Chinese Foreign Ministry says China is closely following the situation in Syria and hopes that stability will return as soon as possible. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson says the Chinese government has been actively helping Chinese nationals who wish to leave the country to do so in a safe and orderly way, and staying in contact with those still in Syria, offering them advice on how to stay safe. China has urged relevant parties in Syria to ensure the safety and security of the Chinese institutions and personnel in Syria. The ministry also says the Chinese embassy is still up and running and carrying out its duties in Syria. The foreign ministry says it will continue to make every possible assistance to Chinese nationals in need. For more analysis, we spoke earlier to Nanar Hawaj, senior analyst for Syria at the International Crisis Group.
After a very, very intense civil war, Assad lost his grip over power and over its pillars of power. It lost its legitimacy among the population. Half of the population has been either displaced or refugees out of the country. And the other half are lack basic services, lack access to any economic means. They're basically not even getting by. The army is, as you saw the last 11 days, the army was devastated. It was routing because there wasn't any improvement done there. So and Syria was basically a playground, as we saw this year, a playground for different actors, international actors battling it out on Syria, on Syrian soil. So yeah, that's why we are here now. So it's related to the first question as well. It is the army side. So after 14 years of war, 13 years of war, the Syrian army is devastated. It is not even one singular army, one centralized army. It's scattered. It has extremely little coordination, extremely little cooperation. It is highly fragmented. There isn't any training done or preparation. And most importantly, soldiers lost the will to fight. They don't have the will to fight. What are they gonna fight for? Their salaries are from $13 to $25 a month, and they don't even get food subsidies and whatnot. I mean, this is I wouldn't say a new chapter in Syria. This is an entirely new book. It is exciting. It is extremely scary, and it's difficult. Right now, I would say Syrians are celebrating. Syrians are celebrating because there's no war. There's no, their sons are not being dragged into a war they don't believe in. Then there is no, at least for now, in the very short term, there is no repression. There is excitement. There is hope, which was extremely lacking in Syria. If you asked me a month ago, what's the biggest problem? I would say there is no hope in Syria. Now it is filled with hope, filled with excitement. People are on the streets celebrating that there's no fighting. Basically, a big chunk of the civil war is gone.
Foreign Ministry spokesperson's remarks on the situation in Syria. It is reported that Syria's anti-government forces have entered Syrian capital Damascus and declared the fall of the Syrian government. What is China's comment? China is closely following the situation in Syria and hopes that stability will return as soon as possible. The Chinese government has been actively helping Chinese nationals who wish to leave the country to do so in a safe and orderly way, and staying in contact with those Chinese still in Syria and offering them advice on how to stay safe. We urge relevant parties in Syria to ensure the safety and security of the Chinese institutions and personnel in Syria. The Chinese embassy is still up and running and carrying out its duty in Syria. We will continue to make every possible assistance to Chinese nationals in need. As to the whereabouts of the former president, it's still unknown. And Giuliani has said that he has get in contact with the rebels, and the latest contact happened in the evening of the 7th. And according to our updates, now there is no large-scale gunfire. We just hear some sounds, and especially in the new government area, we have seen some small battles, especially for the residents living around. They could hear the gun. Thank you, Wang Ying. As we know, Syria is a very important country in the Middle East. With such a big change in Syria, as to the other countries in the Middle East, what about their attitudes? Could you please brief us? Now, the status quo in Syria is evolving very quickly. Before the 8th of December, the countries in the Middle East has not responded yet. We are all very concerned about the conference in Doha with many countries like the Middle Eastern countries there. It's about the Astana Progress. It is a very influential organization, and yesterday it published a declaration saying that Syria will continue to pose some serious threats to the local and regional and international safety. So we must work from multiple parties to realize a ceasefire in Syria and to protect the civilians from the damage of this war. And the urgency is upon us to enhance our international cooperation and humanitarian efforts so that such assistance could enter into these affected areas seamlessly. Now we must follow very closely. Last time during the internal war in Syria, the militants have played a very important role. And on the 7th, according to the media, about 2,500 government militants and the customs office clerks have entered into Iraq through the borders. And today, Iraq has just resumed the flights with Lebanon because it is said that such flights will go through the air of Syria. And as has been said, now all of those workers in the embassies in Syria has been excavated. And on the 7th, during Doha Forum, Iraq Foreign Minister and Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov have met each other, and they repeatedly reiterated that we must avoid the impact of their own country's stability and safety because of the Syria's conflict. And they refuse to be dragged into this conflict in Syria. And today, Iraq officials have not given a very official report or remarks about it. Thank you, Wang Ying. Wang Ying just then briefed us about the latest news about Syria, including the different countries in Middle East and their declaration as to the issue of Syria. We will continue to stay tuned. And now let's get in contact with a research fellow, Professor Li Zixing. Hello, Professor Li. We have seen the huge transformation in Syria, and Iran has become an ally of Syria for long. Now, let's talk about Iran's response. It's only about the diplomatic response, but it has never extended its hand to Syria. Why? For Iranian government, in general, in terms of geopolitics, Iran has been very restrained. And such an overall national strategy has set up a framework for their regional policies. So this time, for Syria's incident, Iran's response, together with their response to Gaza Strip and Lebanon, basically they follow the same pathway or strategy. Such a diplomacy-oriented attitude is not surprising. And another point to make is yesterday there was an emergency negotiation happening in Iran already. And according to some media reports, we could realize that based on the restrained diplomacy and policy in Iran, their dialogue has pinned a lot of hopes on this issue. We all hope that at the last minute such a dialogue could help to end such huge military possibilities. But in the end, as to the so-called consensus reached during that dialogue, they just call upon more official dialogues. But as to the military operations, there is no binding resolutions or restrictions. The third point to make is that in the past time, Syria anti-government forces have conducted some operations in western part of Syria as well as the eastern part of Syria. Those battlefields have stopped Iran's possibilities of military assistance to Syria. And fourthly, in the past 1 week, or maybe in the past 12 days, a little bit more than 1 week, Syria's situation has been turned around completely, surprising to every party. No one has enough space or time to galvanize enough resources to assist Syria. Because of those limitations above mentioned, that's why Iran, for now, is still focusing on the diplomatic dialogue. But as to military operations or assistance, their hands are truly tied. Okay, Professor Lee. Iranian foreign minister yesterday declared his remarks in Doha, agreeing to restart the political dialogue with the rebels. And as to the anti-government forces, the opposition party in Iran, what are they referring to? Who are they? And there are many opposition factions right now. And what would be the options for Iran under such circumstances? Speaking of the opposition faction, there are two angles to look at them. First of all, we must look back. When we talk about Syria, there are two important mechanisms. The first one is the Astana mechanism, which started from 2017 to make possible a ceasefire. It's a military target. Another dialogue track was dominated by United Nations in Geneva. It was designed to facilitate the anti-government opposition parties to get into this dialogue in Syria in order to have a reconciliation. And that mechanism would have a blueprint for the future direction in Syria. So speaking of the political opposition parties or factions, they belong to the so-called legal opposition factions. But in the past, Syria's situation has changed greatly. The previous political opposition factions have been gradually absorbed, or they have voluntarily given up for different reasons. So under such circumstances, for us to confirm who belong to the so-called legal opposition factions, that's a very complicated issue. And the second perspective to look at that question is, in many news reports, we come to the same issue. That is, we must stay alert of the terrorism organizations, just in case they may grow bigger. As we know, we have a mixture of different opposition factions in Syria. There are many terrorism supporters among those factions. For those terrorists, they must be excluded from the so-called legal opposition factions. Right now, in this region, different countries and different parties haven't come to the consensus about who are the legal opposition and who are not. That's why right now we could only have a very broad idea about the category to depict the so-called opposition factions behind this situation. Formerly, we've talked about the leg of the counterattack from north to the south in Iran. They are closely connected to the Mediterranean, especially the east part of Mediterranean. But no matter what is the pathway, they have to go through Syria. So what would be the situation for Iran and the lake? Syria is a very important position for these routes. Those are like loops, different loops of counterattack, and Syria must exist in this map. And Iran, as an important ally of Syria, if Iran would offer some assistance to Syria, Syria would be a very necessary step geographically. That's why for Iran to offer more assistance to the Syrian government to guarantee the completeness of that loop, it is the concern of all of us. But under such circumstances, in the next few days, Iran would be undermined in terms of their role in safeguarding the loop. Damascus has fallen, and the former administration, the former reign, has been ended. But that doesn't mean the end of Syria. The conflicts in Syria will continue to evolve and be sustained. Inside Syria, we are gonna continue to see the conflicts between different military and political parties for those pro-Iran organizations or factions in Syria. In the future political conflicts or military conflicts in Syria, their achievements will directly determine the future fate of that loop, that pathway in the map. In the past 1 year, from the Palestinian conflict to Syria conflict, Iran's international environment has been transformed greatly, but still Iran has been well restrained. For example, the Hamas incident. So how should we interpret the decisions in Iran? What would be the focal points of Iran in terms of their internal affairs and diplomacy? Ever since the new president came into office in Iran, their geopolitical strategies have been restraining. And to execute on that strategy, the final objective is to have some strategic stability with the West in order to gain some space for Iran's economic development. But it's not easy to hit the targets. In the past few months, we've seen that in the actions of Iran, they are quite conservative. But relatively speaking, we haven't found that Western countries have taken similar response to Iran. The current policies in Iran have some effect over the influence of Iran in the region. And Iran's authority regionally has been damaged. But Iran has already chosen that pathway, and there has been a lot of sinking cost because of that policy. If Iran is now to change its former policy, the previous cost would be in vain. So now, for Iran, it is truly in a dilemma. For another, even though with the new president in office, Iran has started this new restraining policy or conservative or prudent policy, still in the past few months, we are seeing that in Iran, the strongholded party in Iran has not given very strong opinions against the president's strategy. So it's like an agreement in that policy choice. And that policy choice reflects the consistency of different parties in Iran internally. So now the focal point for Iran is to recover its economy, to boost the local livelihood. Thank you, Professor Lee, for sharing with us about Iran's strategy and policy options. Professor Wei, as Professor Li Ziqing has mentioned, now the opposition factions in Syria do have some irregular weapons. Some were owned by the terrorists. When they entered into Damascus, a lot of weapons from the official militants have been acquired. Do you think those weapons could be further abused by the terrorists? And would the local counterterrorism campaign worsen? It's truly more dangerous right now in Syria because the government's army has lost control of the region, including the loss of the weapons. It's highly possible that those weapons would be further spreaded throughout the whole nation of Syria. Some would be acquired by the anti-government forces. For the remains, they might be sporadically scattered in the society. And the terrorists would try their best to get those weapons, to scale up their own territory. And also for the terrorists in Syria, they have some relationship with the terrorists in the other countries. Considering the complicated situation in Syria, it's almost impossible to control the border areas of Syria. And considering that the terrorist forces in the other countries are there to offer some help, we cannot control the border areas, so which means there would be a flow of the weapons from the other countries to Syria. Considering the terrorists and the extreme forces that might penetrate into the surrounding nations to transport those weapons. So for this entire region in the surroundings of Syria, there will be some deteriorating influence. So the conflicts and the wars in Syria would certainly be a disaster for the Syrian civilians because their stable and peaceful lives have been broken, and now they are dragged into this war. And such turbulence would be worsened. So the internal situation in Syria has been damaged. And meanwhile, the surrounding nations are following closely the situation in Syria. Once the domestic conflict has an involvement of different forces, then the chaotic situation will last very long. And there will be some spillover effects. So it would also damage the stability in the surrounding nations. So ever since the war broke out in Syria, USA used to stand aside from it, step away from it, but today they say that they would remain their military presence. Why USA chooses to stay in Syria? Syrian government is imperial. The USA army in Syria and in the surrounding military bases, they would certainly do something to get in between. First of all, for the government armies remaining there, USA Army will continue to crack on them, and whether it's the UAVs or the fighters, once they enter into the air of Syria, the USA Army would firstly choose to attack the military base and the warehouse of weapons of the Syrian governments. Possibly the soldiers have excavated from Syria. There would still be a large amount of weapons remaining within the Syrian government borders if the weapons are acquired by the anti-government militants, or if the militants get some assistance. Then for those very heavy weapons like the missiles, they might support the militants, and that would be a threat to the USA Army in Syria. That's why they would try their best to control the power of the Syrian militants. That's why they need to crack down on those weapons. And secondly, there would be a closure. For the current government forces, if there would be some support and there would be more civil soldiers entering into the Syrian borders, USA might do something to stop it. So there would be an enclosure of this region. Besides, USA has allies in Syria. They have their spokesperson there. Now, Syria's situation has deteriorated very rapidly. In many places, Syrian government has lost control already. So, the Kurd militants might take this opportunity to scale up their influencing sphere, and USA would tap into their intelligence or their air forces, including the special forces in Syria, to scale up their influence in Syria as well. The Kurd militants have already controlled some oil fields or energy facilities. If they can control more transportation hubs or regions, in the future, USA would have a stronger presence in Syria. And also they can offer some financial support and capital so that the militants could grow stronger in Syria. So you need to have more bargaining chips at your hand. After all, USA has some conflict, has some disagreements from Turkey. They have some fundamental conflicts between them. So it is possible that in the future, the anti-government forces in Syria may have some entanglement with the other nations' governments. So it's truly a very chaotic war. And in such a chaos, USA would try to take this opportunity to make a stronger presence and have bigger influence. Syria is at the crossroad of the Middle East. According to your observation, why is Syria so strategically important? And with this new conflict, what would be the impact over this entire region? Speaking of the geopolitical situation in Middle East, Syria is truly of strategic importance. It is very close to some sensitive areas like Lebanon, the Gaza Strip, and Iraq. And considering that for a very long time, Syria has maintained a very important partnership with Russia. For example, Russia has a military base in Syria. Besides, Syria is close to the Mediterranean Sea, so domestic political change would certainly send some repercussions to the surrounding nations, or even to the stability of the eastern part of Mediterranean. And since Russia has been an ally of Syria and USA has always interfered with the Syrian situation, so everyone is paying attention to the situation in Syria, especially the surrounding nations. They may have already penetrated into the Syrian politics for a very long time. For the other big major countries like Russia and USA, they are all very concerned about Syria. So with different forces from the international community and with their interference into the internal affairs of Syria, it's very complicated. No matter what faction it is, or what party it is, they might have some impact over the future of the politics in Syria. They may even be deterministic. I see there are some other conflicts residing here. For example, the Palestinian and Israel conflict. And what do you think the Syria situation would impact the other events, especially the conflicts? I think these conflicts are correlated. Palestinian and Israeli conflict has not ended yet. Israel is continuing its operations in the Gaza Strip, and it aims to set up some military facilities in the Gaza Strip. So now, even in the future, Israel will stop the large scale of military operations in the Gaza Strip. They are still going to maintain their controlling power over the Gaza Strip, so which means Israel still has its military possibilities as the resort. And Israel has said openly that they would not interfere with Syria. But previously, Israel has taken some actions related to Syria. For example, the Lebanon airstrikes if domestic situation in Syria has more changes happening, possibly some forces from Israel will take some positions, and they aim to play a dominant role in Syria. That's why Israel is now still waiting. But if some force or some military force poses some threats to Israel, Israel will take a more direct attitude, more straightforward attitude. They have signed a ceasefire agreement, but Israel's military operation in Gaza Strip have not ended, and Israel will certainly be prepared to intervene in Syria, not excluding the possibility of military operation. So in the Middle East, there would still be some opposing stakeholders. And as to Iran, there are many sensitive topics in the Middle East, and Iran is very influential over those topics. Syria used to have a good relationship with Iran, for example, for a very long time. Their military operations in Syria have gained support from Iran. Many of their commanders or militants in Iran had been cooperative with the Syrian government forces. So, in that case, if Iran loses its complete control over Syria, Iran would be scared of being undermined in Middle East. Now we are seeing some clues. The anti-government forces, once entering into the Damascus, they have taken some unfriendly attacks against the Iranian embassy in Damascus, even shooting the embassy. So, such anti-government forces control many places in Syria. If that is the future, then in the future, between Syria and Iran, the relationship would be intense. Iran doesn't want it happening. Even though they might not go all out to support Syria or would not directly initiate a military intervention, but still Iran has many allies in Syria. To some degree, even those forces in Iraq would work together with Iran. And I think we still need to wait and see if they are going to interfere in Syria. If they are going to lose their influence in Syria, Iran is not going to take it peacefully. Thank you, Wei Dongxue, for your interpretation. As to the situation in Syria, now let's connect with Russia, East Europe, and East Asia Research Institute Professor Zhang Hong. Yesterday in the Doha meeting, Russian foreign minister said that the Syrian anti-government forces belong to a terrorism organization, and they cannot accept it that Syria was controlled by the terrorists. The fall of Damascus would certainly be influential over Russia. So, what do you think is the key concern of Russia as to Syria? Russia is an ally of Assad administration starting from 2011. Russia used to actively interfere in Syria and established 2 military bases in Syria. For Russia, the fall of the Assad administration is destructive to Russia. First of all, their presence in Syria would be damaged. As we know, between Russia, Iran, and Lebanon, they are all supportive of the Assad administration. And as the Assad administration was overthrown, Russia must find a new force in Syria. Otherwise, its influence in the Middle East will be undermined. After all, Middle East plays a very important geopolitical role, especially in the competition of the major powers. US, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and other countries are playing their role in the Middle East. Obviously, the fall of the Assad administration would be very influential over Russia in that in the future, their pivot in the Middle East might change. The anti-government militants say that the current incident in Syria doesn't impact the destiny of the 2 military bases established by Russia, but still, as to the 2 military bases' future fate, they're going to be decided by the future government of Syria. That is a huge uncertainty. And also Russia's direct interest in Syria would also be influenced as well. After all, the military base in Syria by Russia plays a very important role in the Mediterranean. Russia is a big maritime ocean. And as to Russian ports, except Murmansk port close to the Atlantic, all the others are on the islands. For example, the Black Sea Fleet and Tarsus port is another strategic base in the Mediterranean. In the future, if the Syrian situation continues to escalate, then Russia's influence overseas would be influenced, especially in the Middle East. The third point to make is that since Russia and Syria are allies for years, Syria is an important partner of Russia. Because of the Palestinian and Israeli conflict, Iran has less influence in Syria. And because of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, Russia didn't get directly involved in Syria. And if the situation continues in the future in the Middle East, Russia's influence will continue to be reduced. Another offsetting effect is that although Russia has gained some upper hand strategically in Ukraine, the abrupt outbreak of the conflict in Syria means that Russia has to focus completely on one place, and they are not fully able to respond to the Ukrainian crisis. So strategically, Russia is under pressure in Syria, and the extreme organizations constitute as an international threat. This time, in the crisis in Syria, we have seen the extreme organizations or the organizations with some Islamic sources. The organization is still taken as a terrorism organization by Russia and other countries. With proper control in Syria, this would be beneficial for the global counterterrorism attack. That's why Russian foreign minister said that they are very concerned about the future of Syria, especially about the terrorism worsening in Middle East. And as to the competition in the Middle East between Russia and USA, if Syria is in disorder, then the former Islamic State might revive. And it's highly possible for the extreme forces to revive as well. So for one thing, Russia feels restless about the situation in Syria. But for another, they are working very closely with Turkey to avoid the renaissance of those forces with terrorism sources. Professor Zhang Hong, as we know, for years, Russia is very supportive of the Assad administration. And with this crisis in Syria, Russia's strategic deployment would be influenced. What do you think would be the next step by the Russian government? First of all, the crisis in Syria would have some strategic influence over Russia's global strategy. First of all, Russia's influence in the Middle East will be reduced. Obviously, with the presence in Palestine and Israeli conflict, Russia's influence would be reduced. Secondly, the crisis in Syria obviously has the support of USA and Turkey.
Breaking news we're following for you on CGTN. The Syrian rebel forces announced they have ousted President Bashar al-Assad, ending the 50-year rule of his family in the country. They have pledged to create transitional governing body with full executive powers. The commander of the alliance of militant groups, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, says all state institutions will remain under the supervision of Assad's prime minister until they're officially handed over. The rebels claim Assad has left the country, but his whereabouts remain unknown.
The city, Damascus, has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar Assad has been toppled, and all unjustly detained persons occupying the region's prisons have been released. The Fatah Damascus Operation Room calls upon the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all the properties of the free Syrian state. Long live a free and independent Syrian for all Syrians of all sects. I am in my house and I have not left, and this is because of me belonging to this country and not knowing any other country to be home. This country can be a normal country, a country that builds good relations with neighbors and with the world without entering into any regional alliances or blocs. But we will leave this matter to any new leadership that will be chosen by the Syrian people. And we're ready to cooperate with the new leadership and facilitate what they need so the various government files can be transferred smoothly and systematically in a way to preserve the state's facilities.
Let's go to CGTN's Haider Kazwini live in Damascus for us this hour. Haider, let's start with local reactions there. Widespread celebrations are reported in Damascus following the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. What is the overall atmosphere on the ground, and should people be worried about safety and public order?
Actually, we just now, a few minutes ago, we just heard a very loud explosion sound from Mezza area in Damascus. Mezza area is full of headquarters for the former Syrian regime. It looks that the rebels detonated some explosive in an apartment in that place, and the sound was really very big. Of course, now we have the rebels are taking over all the city of Damascus. We now their number are becoming less and less in the streets. In the morning they were celebrating more than what they are doing now. They entered all the security branches, they entered all the police stations, and they looted everything inside. But given the situation of a city that has no security, no police, actually the violations committed by the rebels are at a minimum level now. We did not see any big violation for what they are doing. Now the Prime Minister is trying to gather the government. The former Prime Minister of the Assad regime is trying to form the government. He's asking all the workers to go back to their work since starting from tomorrow. And now we start with the health minister. He said that all paramedics, all doctors should or must go to the hospitals and carry out their duty, because their job is a humanitarian and no one is going to attack them. If we see now the situation in Damascus, people in Damascus, some of them are really happy about this, about what's happened. The people who are pro-Syrian regime, they already left, and the convoys of the people who are leaving Damascus actually is really big on the way that links Damascus to the coastal cities. The rebels here are mainly from southern Syria. Many Syrians here now think about bread, because bakeries today are not working, hospitals have been closed, schools are closed also. Everything is not functioning in terms of the government services. So they are waiting for this. Now they want now to start bakeries at the first step. Then they will start working in the schools starting from tomorrow. Maybe the Syrian rebels are speaking about reinforcement from Idlib coming to Damascus to limit any kind of looting, or maybe to reinforce the laws. Now they are on the way. We can see too many cars actually in Damascus coming from Idlib, because they have the car plate which is different from the one used by the Syrian government. It shows that they are coming from
Haidar, do I still have you?
Reinforce the laws and prevent any. Do you want to start the action of the government starting from tomorrow?
Haidar, the rebel coalition has said they're working to complete the transfer of power to a transitioning governing body. And as you said just now, Prime Minister Mohammad Ghazi Jalali has said the government is ready to work with any leadership chosen by the people. What should we expect in the coming days, Haidar?
It's really hard to tell the expectations in a country like Syria because, you know, the division is really harsh here. I mean, the people are too pro-government and anti-government. They have 14 years of war. So it is not that easy to expect how things are going to be implemented starting from tomorrow. But for a prime minister like Jalali one, he is a technical prime minister. I mean, the position of the prime minister in Syria is not political. He not a policy making in Syria. He was appointed with the start of the war in Lebanon, and he reacted to the refugees from Lebanon after the war between Israel and Hezbollah, and then he reacted to the refugees to Damascus. So we can say that this man is not political. He is not someone alienated with a side against the other. No, he is just working. He's providing services. He's someone neutral, we can say. He's now familiar with government issues because, you know, the economic situation in Syria is not easy to handle. Too many shortages, too many problems here, and now with too many routes are cut. So you need someone who is a little bit familiar with the situation. So the choice of this prime minister has nothing to do. He's accepted by all parties because he's someone technical. He's experienced in dealing with Syria because he faced two minor displacement crises from Lebanon and from Syria. So he is accepted by all. Now the transitional issue is different now. When they're going to have a transitional government, I think it will be after this critical period, which will be like maybe 1 month or less or more. We don't know this for sure, but there will be a transitional government. It will be headed by maybe the former defected Prime Minister Riyad Hijab. They are speaking that he will head that one until there is elections. He will call for parliament elections and call for presidential elections until Syria will be on the path of a democratic country, elected president and elected parliament and elected prime minister.
There has been no public statement from President Assad since the rebels took control of Damascus. What might his next steps be, Haidar, under these circumstances?
Whether we don't know where is the president now. Actually, since yesterday, when Homs fell in the hands of the rebel, it looks that the army didn't get any orders to fight. This is what happened, and they got orders from the lower ranks, from the lower officers. You just withdrew from the city of Homs and let the rebels in. So they did that. When the rebels became in Homs, it's like 150 kilometers far from Damascus. So they started to pour into Damascus. So there is no leadership. I mean, the president and his brother are the actual leaders of Syria, and where they are now, they are tracking for planes for them where they are going. Where some people say that they are Russia, some people say that they are in Latakia. But the president is gone now. He's someone will be forgotten now. All his pictures are removed from the streets. Many people are changing their attitude toward him as speaking, especially the pro-Assad people. They are really now disappointed with him because they believe that he left them, went without a clarification about anything about Syria. He just was a selfish man for them. He was a selfish man who thinks of himself only. So he took his family and left. Now where is he exactly? Either Latakia or Russia, no other place where he can go. I mean, he is not welcomed in many countries around the world because of the 14 years of war. We are still waiting for information about him. But his palaces, all the palaces, he had 3 palaces in Damascus. All of them have been taken by the rebels. There is one his primary office for him. The rebels closed that office once and for all. I didn't allow anyone to enter that office. It looks that it has some kind of critical documents, and they don't want to those documents to be maybe distorted or looted, or maybe because maybe the rebels don't know, not all the rebels know what how valuable those documents are. So this office, his private office now, is closed. His houses have been taken over by the rebels. Everything actually, no guards for him, nothing actually for him now. Actually, he's now becoming part of the past of Syria, but the destiny is still unknown.
Haidar, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much. Do take care, Haidar. The Islamist militant group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has long been involved in the Syrian conflict. But who are the rebels known as HTS? The organization was founded in 2011 with the name Jabhat al-Nusra as a direct affiliate of al-Qaeda and linked to the leader of the Islamic State group, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. It was seen as one of the most effective groups created to challenge President Assad in the brutal civil war. Its jihadist ideology sometimes brought it at odds with the main rebel coalition of the time, called Free Syria. In 2016, the group's leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, publicly distanced the group from al-Qaeda to dissolve the original group. It took its modern name when it merged with several similar groups a year later. Since breaking with al-Qaeda, its stated goal has been to establish fundamentalist Islamic rule solely in Syria, rather than a wider caliphate, as the Islamic State group tried to do. HTS consolidated its power base in the northwestern province of Idlib, where it has been the de facto local administration for several years. It seemed content to limit its efforts to Idlib until the recent lightning offensive. Let's cross to the central Iranian city of Yazd, where our Ehsan Kevani is standing by. Ehsan, there are reports of Syrians storming the Iranian embassy in Damascus. What can you tell us?
Well, as you said, Iran's embassy in Damascus has been attacked by the rebels and armed forces. We had footage showing the windows broken and many documents and papers scattered around, and the properties of the Iranian embassy in Syria either destroyed or stolen. According to unconfirmed reports, the Iranian staff of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or the IRGC, evacuated their bases around Damascus since Friday and left Syria. Now Iran has lost this important platform in the region. Back to you in Beijing.
Ehsan, Iran has been a key ally to Syria, having sent in military assistance, military advisors over the years. Why is Syria so important to Iran, and how has the government reacted to the toppling of Assad?
Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi has blamed the U.S. and Israel for the turmoil in Syria, and Araghchi says after Gaza they went for Lebanon, and now they have gone for Syria. Iranian foreign minister warned that this will not be confined to Syria, as the whole region has been threatened. Iran is really unhappy with what is happening in Syria. After all, Tehran and Damascus were strategic allies in the Middle East for decades. Syria was the main front for Iran in the region, where it could logistically and militarily support the resistant groups, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, as well as Hamas and other Palestinian groups. Thousands of Iranian commanders and officers from the IRGC were present in Syria since there was a security agreement between Iran and Syria. The IRGC staff were in Syria as military advisors, and therefore internationally and legally their presence was legitimate. Iranian foreign minister had meetings with his Russian and Turkish counterparts in Doha on Saturday, but as Foreign Minister Araghchi said, the pace of changes in Syria was so fast that no political solution could be found immediately.
Ehsan Kevani, live in Yazd for us this hour. Ehsan, thanks so much as always. Many Syrians in Turkey are celebrating the fall of the Assad government as rebels take hold of Damascus. A large crowd on Sunday was seen dancing, chanting, and waving the opposition's flags. CGTN's Mihal Bardavet has more from Istanbul.
The Syrian refugees in Turkey, we have about 3 million Syrian refugees that arrived since the beginning of the war. And that's why Turkey has been really affected, one of the reasons it was affected. And they are celebrating right now. So it seems that it's the first time that they feel hope that they can actually return home. Just a couple of months back in October, there was a pardon that was issued by the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. And we had talked to some Syrians whether or not they would consider returning after that pardon. None of them believed that it was safe to go back home, that they would find stability there, that it was a potential opportunity for them. Now it seems its situation, of course, is very different with Damascus falling. Some people on the streets are saying that they can see hope now, they can see themselves returning home, that they can see potentially stability returning to Syria, even though there's so many questions to be answered for the future of Syria. They seem to have hope now in them, and that's also for the Syrians on the border. We've seen many people on the streets in Kilis celebrating, marching. So they believe that there is hope for them now, which is a very important change for them because they've been here for so long. And the sentiment in Turkey has also changed over the last couple of years. There's more of an anti-migrant sentiment in Turkey as the economy has worsened over the years. It was even an issue for the local elections for voters, for Turkish voters who believed that it would be better for the Turkish population if Syrians started to return home voluntarily. And that's why that was something that the Turkish government was striving for. They were trying to find a way for the safe returns of Syrians voluntarily. That's why they wanted to normalize ties, to see if they can actually support some stability returning back to Syria. But we don't have a statement yet after these celebrations have started to take place from officials. But we do believe that we're going to see more statements from the government soon as well.
The foreign ministers of Russia, Turkey, Iran, as well as 5 Arab countries have issued a joint statement on the crisis in Syria after their meeting in Doha. CGTN's Dasha Chernyshyova has more from Moscow.
Russia is closely monitoring whatever is happening in Syria, and we understand that Russia has been calling for the territorial integrity of the Syrian state. That has been the main message that we have heard from the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who was addressing the meeting in Doha. And the very clear understanding for Russia is that they were supporting the Syrian authorities with the Russian air systems, helping the Syrian air military, and they have been targeting the positions of the terrorists of HTC, as Russia calls them terrorists, and reminds that they are listed as terrorists by the United Nations and by the US itself. Russia does want the territorial integrity of Syria to remain, but at the same time notes that they are willing to implement Resolution 2254 of the UN Security Council, which provides for the political dialogue within the Syrian state. And they have been saying that there has to be dialogue with the legitimate Syrian opposition. With regards to that, we have seen several meetings of the so-called Moscow format of the Syrian opposition. And Sergei Lavrov, Russian foreign minister, has been asked specifically whether he believes that was the diplomatic victory or the very significant defeat for Russia. And he said that the opposition groups that have been geared up by some geopolitical forces, he said, without naming the US in particular, he said they were undermining all the diplomatic effort that has been put forward over the course of the past years, and that was definitely deplorable.
And let's now circle back to Haider Kazwini in Damascus. Haider, there's another development in this fast-moving crisis. Reuters is reporting that President Bashar al-Assad may have been killed in a plane crash. What do you have on that?
Actually, there are rumors about swirling about him, about his fate, that he, while flying over the city of Homs, other people are speaking about in other places. Now, we cannot confirm this 100%. For a person like Bashar al-Assad is someone. Actually, he had low-key attitude for everything. Even when he was a president, he had only one channel to talk about his activities. Even he has very limited people to film him or to take photos of him. He's someone actually who believes that himself as extraordinary person. So he did not like media people, or he did not like publishing. He did not like talking to the media that much. So his movements were very secret, even before he was toppled. I mean, even in the best time of Syria, even before the Syrian crisis, all his movements were secret. All things about activities of him were secret. Actually, he was not very close to the people. So knowing information about him is not that easy to confirm. Now, whether he's definitely left Damascus, but he is in Latakia or he is outside Syria is something different. Whether he's dead or alive is also something hard to confirm, because now he didn't show up even when Aleppo fell in the hands of the rebel. And Homs fell, Hama fell, all those, he lost 3 cities. He lost more than 80,000 square kilometers within 1 week. But he didn't show up. He didn't show up and tell the Syrian people that we are losing ground. He doesn't show up in this critical moment in 10 days. So now he's not going to show up. I think if he's alive, he's not going to show up to talk to the Syrians, to tell them anything. He is described now as a selfish person who left everything behind. He left the pro-government people behind him and thought about himself. Now the information about his death is still swirling about his fate, but we don't know whether it is right or not. No official source for this. No one to go and investigate that one, and no one to know about when his plane took off. Or it is all secret. So the information we have is really limited. So we cannot confirm this 100%, but we can confirm only that he is not here, given the situation here. Damascus is gone. His 24 years of ruling Syria now is over. Nothing about him anymore. His pictures are removed. So he's now going in the past. But his destiny, death or alive, is still a question.
It will take time for the truth to emerge. Haidar, again, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much. The Israeli military has said it deployed forces to the UN-monitored buffer zone with Syria and other key areas. Israel also said it assisted UN peacekeepers in repelling an attack by armed individuals in the Golan Heights. Jonathan Ragev has more from Tel Aviv.
So Israel is, of course, very concerned just because whatever happens, and you've just spoken about it, is unclear. Who will be now governing Syria? That is unclear. And on this issue, Israeli forces have actually entered overnight an area known as the buffer zone between Israel and Syria. This buffer zone was declared in 1974. After the Yom Kippur War, and this is an area where the Syrian army cannot go into. For these past 50 years, the Syrian army mostly adhered to this agreement and did not go into this area, but overnight, some forces belonging to rebel groups have entered there and actually even clashed with UN peacekeeping forces known as UNDOF that separate between Israel and Syria. And at least as far as Israel is concerned, these are Syrian forces which cannot go in there. That is why Israel assisted the United Nations force. And that is why Israel actually deployed forces to the buffer zone where Syrian forces cannot be. So far, it was only a Syrian army. Now it's Syrian rebels. Whatever it may be, the very unclear future is a big concern for Israel.
And for a more in-depth look at this story, I'm now joined by James Dorsey, an adjunct senior fellow at Singapore's S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies. Mr. Dorsey, welcome to our program. What effect will the toppling of the Assad regime have on the overall stability of Syria?
As a matter of principle, on the one hand, it's going to be very significant because essentially you now have Syria as a land bridge in the axis of resistance, with other words, as the bridge between Iran and Hezbollah broken. That in and of itself means that you're going to have greater stability because Hezbollah as a non-state actor will be weakened. On the other hand, there are lots of questions. Question number one is whether the rebel-held groups will be able to hold together in governance the way they held together in their military offensive. Question number two is, what is the new government's attitude going to be towards the military bases of the Russians in the Latakia and in Tartus? And on the other hand, their attitude towards the Turkish military presence in northern Turkey, which leads you again to the issue of the question of the Kurds. And ultimately, of course, whether or not this is going to be a government that can deliver on economic growth, on reconstruction and rehabilitation of a war-ravaged economy.
Tehran and Moscow were avowed military allies of the Assad regime, but have in recent days supported what they called a political solution. Of course, given what's been happening on the ground, any political solution would seem too late. But how big of a loss do you think this is to Tehran, to Moscow?
I think it's huge. First of all, let's keep in mind that, yes, everybody professed lip service to a political solution. Fact of the matter is that Bashar al-Assad was not willing to engage in a political solution, in a meaningful political solution that would have involved reform of the Syrian political system. And the Russians nor the Iranians were really pushing him to do so. For the Iranians, this means essentially the collapse of their forward defense strategy. Their whole defense strategy was centered on three things: ballistic missiles, potentially the nuclear option, and of course the axis of resistance, Syria, plus the non-state allied partners of Iran, like Hezbollah. That third pillar is collapsed, particularly given that Syria and Hezbollah, which has been severely weakened in the Lebanon war, were the spear points of the forward defense strategy because they had borders with Israel. The Iraqi groups do not have borders with Israel. Obviously, the Yemenis don't. So I think you're going to have to see a lot of rethinking in Tehran of what their defense strategy and maybe other policies is going to be. For the Russians, one has to assume that a new government is going to demand the withdrawal of Russian forces, air forces and naval forces primarily, from Syria, which means that Russia loses its foremost military facilities in the Middle East, and also the same military facilities that border on the Eastern Mediterranean.
And how might Lebanon and Jordan's decisions to close their borders with Syria impact the humanitarian crisis and regional security?
One has to assume that those borders, depending on how things develop in Damascus, may open up very soon. Keep in mind, those borders were closed to prevent an exodus of Syrians from Syria if the rebel offensive was going to take longer and continue to displace large numbers of people. This was a blitzkrieg. For all practical matters, at least at this point, the rebel offensive is over. And what you're seeing is the exact opposite. Not so much people wanting to leave Syria, but many Syrian refugees wanting to return to Syria. And that's something that the Lebanese and the Jordanians will welcome, because they've long carried an enormous burden by hosting large numbers of Syrian refugees.
Mr. Dorsey, we appreciate your analysis. Please do stay with me here on our program. I'll be back with you in a few moments.
With pleasure.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Let's get you caught up with the latest in Syria. The rebel forces in there have announced in a televised statement that they have ousted President Bashar al-Assad. They also claim that Assad has left the country, but it's not clear where he has gone. The offensive led by the HTS has ended a 4-year stalemate between Assad and the opposition. CGTN's Ida Waringa gives context to the extraordinary past week in Syria.
8 days. That's all it took for Syrian rebels to gain control of 3 of the country's major cities. On November 30th, rebel forces said that they had entered Aleppo for the first time since 2016. Verified footage showed them in front of the city's international airport. The Syrian military, backed by Russian fighter jets, responded with a volley of strikes on Aleppo and the surrounding area. However, there were no further strikes on the city after December 2nd. This allowed the rebels to push south towards the city of Hama. Syrian military forces, demanding more pay, did not put up much of a fight. Under pressure, Assad ordered an immediate salary increase for conscripted forces on December 4th. That, however, did little to push back the rebels. On December 5th, fighters took control of Hama, releasing prisoners from Assad's infamous prisons. By December 7th, anti-Assad fighters had swept through the southern city of Dara, taking control of the city center. Some rebel fighters then surged north towards Damascus, while others pushed south towards Jordan. This led to Jordanian authorities closing the Jaber Nasib border crossing, the only passenger and commercial route into Syria. By Sunday, December 8th, Syrian rebel forces said that they had captured the capital, Damascus. Anti-Assad fighters are also entering the strategic city of Homs, a move that would cut Damascus off from the coast. President Bashar al-Assad, whose family has ruled Syria for more than 50 years, is seemingly toppled from power.
And let's now bring back James Dorsey, an adjunct senior fellow at Singapore's S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, for a look at the international implications of this crisis. Mr. Dorsey, it will take us quite some time before we see what a new Syria looks like or how it takes shape politically, militarily, and diplomatically. How do you think a new Syria impacting an already fragile Middle East?
I think it's very much going to depend on what happens in Syria. If we get a Syria that moves towards stability, it's to some degree inward looking, with other words, is focusing on rehabilitation and reconstruction and a revival of the Syrian economy. That's going to be one set of factors. If, of course, we get a Syria that is racked by further strife, that's going to be much more destabilizing. I think the one thing to look at is the early signs are at least encouraging. With other words, we've seen a rebel takeover that emphasized not to take revenge, not to loot, not to attack government facilities. There have been no real serious reports of abuse of minorities or of revenge attacks against either Alawites, the sect to which Bashar al-Assad and his father belonged, or representatives of the regime. So that's all very good. If they can maintain that and institutionalize that, then I think you could see that an end to the Syrian civil war is a stabilizing factor.
We have yet to find out what the transitional government will look like. It does seem for now that the prime minister will stay for the moment and make sure the executive branches work as normally as possible. But when the rebel groups come in, will the international community welcome the rebel forces in government? Many countries list them officially as terrorist organizations.
Well, first of all, we're going to have to see what that transition government looks like. And there are a host of rebel organizations. Some are listed as terrorists, some are not. Some are listed as terrorists by the United Nations, which is then basically international law, whereas some are listed as terrorists by individual countries. whose law applies only to the country issuing that designation. I think you're going to see some degree of wariness. The wariness being that you have a one-time jihadist group led by a man who in the past was an Al-Qaeda and Islamic State operative who has a $10 million bounty on his head from the United States. But on the other side, has for the last 9 years been showing a more moderate side of him. And what I mean by a more moderate is not one that is less autocratic, not one that believes in Western democracy, but one that does not want to wage jihad, is religiously ultra-conservative, but also somewhat more lenient in enforcing those religious norms. So in other words, in Idlib, the longtime mainstay of the rebels, particularly Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, women are not forced to wear the veil in public. Men are not, like in Afghanistan, for example, forced to stop smoking or being punished for smoking. And Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has churned Idlib province, their mainstay for the last years, which was Syria's poorest region, into its fastest growing region at this economically growing region. So I think that what's going to be important is for the transition government to prove that they are capable of governing on a large scale, with other words, a country of 24 million rather than a region of 3 million, and that the course that they have started to chart in Idlib is the course that they're going to start in Syria as such. And then it's going to be for the outside world, with other words, for the Gulf countries, for example, who are very weary of jihadists and of Islamist groups, or the same being true for the West, to look at the facts on the ground and make an assessment on the facts rather than on perception.
You know, given those past links to terrorist organizations, of course, people are, still having concerns about the rebel forces. The HTS group have been at pains to stress that they are no longer linked to Al-Qaeda or IS. They have garnered some governing experience in Idlib, but when you expand that to nationwide governance, it's a very different story. Do you think governments around the world will believe their claims that they have cut ties entirely with their past links to terrorist organizations?
Well, I think that's going to be partly a genuine decision and evaluation to be made, and it's going to. But in many cases, it's going to be a political, ideological decision, irrespective of what the facts on the ground is. Fact of the matter is, we all change. Yes, Abu Muhammad al-Julani, the Hayat Tahrir leader, is someone who has a jihadist path. There's a track record, in fact, in which he is distinguished between, and that is something that often is conflated. He is religiously an ultra-conservative. The religious ultra-conservatives are not necessarily jihadists. So he may very well have made that distinction. And it's not impossible that he has I'm not saying he has, but I think that he certainly, there's indications and there's consistency in his claims that he has put his jihadist beliefs behind him. Again, this is not something that he has come out with yesterday. This is something he's been saying and to a degree implementing for the last 8 or 9 years.
James Dorsey, we appreciate your expertise as always. Thank you so much for making time for us on a Sunday. Meanwhile, China says that it is monitoring the situation in Syria. CGTN reporter Huang Yue has more.
We just got the latest response from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. It said that China is closely watching the development of the situation in Syria and hopes for the country to restore stability as soon as possible. In the meantime, it said that China has assisted Chinese nationals in Syria who wish to leave the country to do so in a safe and orderly manner while maintaining contact with those who remain in the country and provide them safety guidance. It also urges relevant parties in Syria to take concrete measures to ensure the safety of Chinese institutions and personnel. He also said that a present Chinese embassy in Syria remains operational and will continue to provide every possible assistance to Chinese nationals in need.
Ross Cullen is joining us on the phone from Paris to offer a European perspective on the Syrian conflict. Ross, how did Europe react to the news of President Assad fleeing Syria and the toppling of his regime? All right, it does look like we don't have Ross on the line right now. We'll try to get him back later in the program. You're watching Zoom In on CGTN. We'll be right back after this.
Stories from around the world about our world. A collaboration between CGTN and broadcasters from 6 continents. Each week, CGTN and its multimedia platforms showcase compelling reports followed by local and national media outlets from across the globe. One world, many voices. A special CGTN initiative. Our world, every week, only on CGTN. See the difference.
بالشام بالبرزة
بالشام بالبزة.